The hour before dawn, a time when dreams are as drowsy as nectar, as sweet as honey. In the sky the stars are fading as the light grows, but Hekabe, Queen of Troy, King Priam's wife, does not stir from her deep slumber. Dreams fall upon her as she sleeps, like dew upon the morning grass. Her eyes, fluttering beneath their lids, throng with images which only the gods or their messenger, Hermes, the bringer of dreams, can make sense of. In a matter of hours, Hekabe will be delivered of a second child, a second son. Yet she takes no joy in the life swelling in her womb and longing to be born. Her heart weeps because the child's father, her husband Priam, who built this great city, does not love her. Even in sleep her spirit cries out to heaven for heaven's justice. I am Hermes, the son of Zeus and the goddess Maya. I come out of the air like fire or thought to serve the gods, of whom no testimony exists beyond the minds of mortal men and women. I trouble the wakeful with dreams, and I bring to the afflicted voices and visions. When they see what cannot be seen, or hear what is forbidden, or think they have glimpsed some image, some reflection of eternity, then truly it is said that a God is walking beside them.
Who are you?
I am the god Hermes.
Why do you come?
I come because you have need of me.
Will the child I carry be a boy?
Yes, he will live and grow strong and healthy.
I dream that with his birth my life on earth will end.
You will die the moment he is born.
I am content. Often in my prayers I have offered my life to Zeus, if only Zeus will give me a second son. I did this out of love, for Priam's sake. But Priam does not love me. Lord, tell me this. Will you punish Priam after my death for the way he has treated me?
Is this what you desire, Hekabe?
Yes. But do the gods hear our prayers? Do they listen to our innermost thoughts? Or are the gods themselves and everything they teach only the shadow which the mind casts like a fire when it dreams or sleeps? Priam puts no faith in fate or gods or dreams or prophecies. He says that men stand on the earth on their own 2 feet and are master or servant according to their nature. Priam is the greatest king on earth. He has built a city with 12 tall gates and walls of granite which are 15 paces wide. But it was I who gave him the strength to do what had to be done. In the first winter of our marriage, The wooden city which Priam's father had built on the estuary of the river Scamander was sacked by invaders from the Greek mainland. Priam raised an army, and after a single battle he drove the enemy into the sea. He took no prisoners. They died on the beaches where they stood, or were drowned. Then Priam rebuilt the city. He hardly slept. I had to force him to eat. He shouted, "I am a king, Hekabe, and a king worth the name sees that his men are fed first." I answered, "Without you, there'll be nothing, these people. Eat." And so he ate.
I see that once you loved this man and honored him.
Yes, I loved him then. That year at harvest time, our first child, Hector, was born. Priam nicknamed him Hector the Long-Faced. Hector would laugh. He would not be strange and tongue-tied in his father's presence if Priam spent more time with him. I hoped that if I could give him a second son, then he would love me again as he once did. There was a time when all he lived for was to please me. He taught me how to love him. He wore me like a brooch. But I am no longer young. My brow is lined. My thick black hair will soon be white. Priam has taken from me my youth, my hope, my beauty. Yet in his heart, he knows what all men know. One day he will come back to me, but I will not give him what he needs and wants from me. I will reject him.
Do not weep, Hekabe. The gods love you, and they will deal justly with you. You must not be afraid.
I do not fear death, Lord. Only the pain of dying.
Life is nothing, Hekabe. A bubble upon an ocean of silence, a star in an infinite darkness. Strength, youth, and beauty dissolve into the past and are lost like smoke. But the spirit does not die as a flame dies. It lives and burns forever with a light which is immortal and more brilliant than the sun.
I hear your voice so clearly, Lord. But when I wake, I will forget who you are and what you have said to me.
No, you will not forget. When you wake, Priam will be at your side. You will think this is a dream. But it is not a dream. Remember.
Look, the moon has set, and the cool of the dawn prepares the earth for the day's heat. I watch the walls of the city grow bright as the constellations fade. The Pleiades, Orion, the Great Bear. They melt into the glare like drops of water dissolving upon sand. Hekabe, my beloved wife, is near her time. Each evening, so her women say, she weeps. If she loses the child, it will be my fault. I am Priam. I am King of Troy.
Priam,
I am here, Hekabe.
I have waited for you a long time.
I understand, but I could not come sooner. You are pale.
The child will be born tonight, Priam.
Your women say it'll be 3 more days.
You are wrong.
Let me touch you. Is my hand cold?
Yes, a little.
A healthy child. I can feel it kick.
He's going to be a boy.
How can you know that?
What else, for a man like you?
I hope so. A king is not secure with girls. A king needs boys.
How can I give you boys if I never see you?
Ah, Hekabe, I know I have neglected you. I know it has hurt you, but I cannot always be here in Troy at my wife's side. My work is hard, harder than you can imagine. You know well that in my father's time, Troy was a barren country, half desert and half marsh. Our enemies stole corn and cattle from us as it pleased them, while we fought amongst ourselves. I organized the people of this nation for the first time in their history. I imposed strong laws and put an end to the factional quarreling of petty village chieftains. I caused the marshes to be drained and the desert to be irrigated. Now the land is fertile, and the tribes which once owed allegiance only to themselves are proud to call themselves Trojans. They acknowledge one language, one coinage, one law. Make a home for me, Hekabe. I cannot lead the mild and gentle life of a woman.
Hypocrite. When you want comfort, you take it wherever you find it. If I behaved as you do, you would renounce me. For years, I've had to stomach your wretched infidelities. The absences which you said were caused by your work, but which your wife understands well enough. I know you, Priam. I loved you once because you were ruthless and cruel, because you never hesitated, because your dreams were full of grace and energy, strength and daring, because your body was everything I desired. But I am tired of you now, sick of your casualness and your arrogance. The way you always ignore my fears, my unhappiness. The way you always think that weakness is contemptible. Pray heaven, something you love is taken from you. Pray heaven, there is something you want but cannot get.
What are you saying?
I am saying that the birth will be violent. The child will tear me open the moment he tastes the air.
You are wrong.
I am not wrong. Dreams invade my sleep. I can't shut them out. I see the gods. I see things which I cannot put into language. I dream of a flame issuing from my body which devours all of Troy, which leaves nothing except parched earth, blackened rock.
What you see when you dream is only the image of your own fear. Do not be frightened of shadows. If I have made you angry, think of the past and of the good times we have known. Remember the night this boy was conceived, and how I loved you then.
I remember well the night this boy was conceived. Priam had been absent for many days, but he sent no word to me, as he had promised. I waited for him until the moon had set, and when he did not come, I cursed him. And the hour before dawn, a man, or the image of a man, stood before my bed. I think now it was the god, and not Priam, who came to me that night and planted this child inside me. I think in his fickleness the god took pity on me because he knew how my body ached and how my mind was full of longing. When at last I awoke, Priam was beside me. Wine had helped him to a deep sleep. I did not wake him, but went out into the garden alone, where I gave thanks to the goddess Aphrodite for her gifts of love and fruitfulness. Oh, Priam, what have you done to me? Because you did not love me, and my body could not please you, the god has entered me. He will give you a son whose soul will never be tempered by a mother's softness and love. Who will be not a child, but a great, tempestuous fire, a bloody and devouring flame.
As death approaches, the mind becomes simpler, and the heart, free of fear, accepts and acknowledges the gods.
Who are you?
I speak the words of the gods.
What do you want with me?
Your son has been born, Priam. He is safe and healthy, but your wife is dead.
Dead?
She is dead, Priam. The eager boy in her womb was too rough for her.
I loved her.
When she was alive, you took little account of her.
How dare you say that?
Am I a liar?
No. You speak the truth. I wronged her.
There is something else that you must know. As the soul left her body, it cried out, "O heaven, O earth, this child is like a fire inside me. I am giving birth to a flaming torch. I am sent to warn you that if the child does not die, then you, your city and its people will all be destroyed." The words Hekabe spoke in her final agony will be proved a prophecy. Troy will burn.
Do you ask me to kill my own son?
The gods themselves ask it.
Then the gods are not the gods.
You do not know what you are saying.
I know what I am saying. Is the future decided already? My wife lies dead. Why do you compound the loss by asking me to murder her child? I do not know what the gods are or what heaven is. I only know that there is no doctrine which will make a man good except his own good deeds. We should not study the entrails of sacrificial birds or the patterns which the constellations make. A man serves the gods best by a mild and merciful life.
Do you talk to me of mildness and mercy? You who have bound your people upon pain of death to obey your laws and keep your commandments?
I am Priam, king of Troy. I do not slaughter children.
You think because you have built a city and brought order and prosperity to your tribe that you are Lord of the earth. You are wrong. Gods are above kings. That is why you say that the gods are not the gods. The gods do not want the things you want. That is why you oppose them. All your life you have hated the world's contingent disasters. Nothing contented you until you had mastered it. When Troy was destroyed in your father's time, you despised your father for allowing it to happen. You have always loathed stupidity and incompetence. You have always known what other men should do. Your tribe lived for centuries between marsh and desert upon a narrow strip of land. You despised them because they never attempted to drain the marshes or irrigate the desert. You were the first to do it. You made yourself king, but the gods are above you.
Where were the gods when my people died each winter of starvation? Where were they when the summer heat withered our harvest and famine was followed by pestilence? There are no limits to human misery, but here in Troy, the laws I make have curbed its worst excesses.
This does not deserve an answer, Priam. Do you hold the gods to account for every failure and accident of nature? But since you are obdurate, I shall trouble you no further.
Wait. I will make a bargain with you. I cannot see into the future, but if you can, then take the boy yourself and do with him as you think fit.
This I am prepared to sanction to prove to you what you deny, that I fear the gods and respect the unseen and invisible mysteries of heaven. I beg you to spare his life, but if you will not, then carry him up above the snow line in his wattle cradle. Leave him out in the open, in the cold, as the night comes on. If he does not die quickly of exposure, the eagle or the bear or the wolf will soon kill him. Nature respects nothing except strength, and there is no creature more helpless than a newborn child. Do to him whatever you judge to be best, but I will not wield the sacrificial knife.
Very well, Priam. I will do as you say, although it is not what I asked. You have often declared that men make their own luck. Do not forget what has happened here today.
Could I forget? A child was born here, but no sound, no trace of him remains. He has gone into the air with this man who came like a shadow. If the gods permit this boy to live, 16 years will pass before he is himself a man. On that day, whether he is living or dead, I will honor his memory. I will sacrifice at the altar in the temple of Apollo a milk-white bull with no blemish or mark upon him. I will give the life of this spotless creature as an offering to the gods in memory of the son who was lost to me when his mother died. Let the gods see by this that I love my city more than the life of my son. Let them therefore protect and honor it as their own.
I left the city of Troy and went with the child into the wild country near the slopes of Ida, the holy mountain. There I abandoned him at the mouth of a cave. Stories are still told in this region of how he was rescued by a shepherd called Anacreon, who had gone up one morning before dawn into the mountains to search for a sheep which was lost. Instead, he found, lying in the lair of a she-bear, a little naked boy, whom he clothed and fed, and to whom he gave the name Paris. As Paris grew slowly to speech, he found that he could hear in the cries of cattle or sheep which ox or heifer was strong, which animal to put to stud, and which to kill for winter feed. He knew these things without being taught, by his own shrewdness and stillness, and by the voices which the gods brought to his mind in dreams. As he grew, he also knew that it was time to set free a thing within him, which was like fear or longing. He courted and won Oenone, a village girl. Soon they were lovers, sleeping out in the open under the summer stars, not minding the dew coming down at nightfall, or the noise of cowbells waking them at dawn. Then when the storms came on, they had Anacreon's little hut, which kept the weather out. But nothing lasts. Everything changes. The winter following was the hardest for many generations. Every animal which Paris and his father could not afford to feed, they killed and ate except one, a fine young bull calf, whom Paris has reared himself since the mother died, wrapping it at night for warmth inside a blanket, and giving it to eat only the best and sweetest grasses. It is in this animal, and not in Oenone his lover, that Paris puts all his trust. Some say that the gods control the actions of men, but what men do begins as thought, not action. Watch.
Look. The moon is set. The stars are fading. It'll be light soon, and the day will be hot.
Where are you going?
Up to the high pastures. Two of my new wattle fences already need mended. Last night I was kept from sleep. I feared that one of the animals would escape. I must get the work done before the sun reaches its height.
You wake so early each morning. You go up into the hills before it is light. You think I am still asleep, but I watch you as you dress. I long to give you children to help you. Why will you not marry me as you have promised? I have denied you nothing. What more must I do to make you happy? I long to be yours openly in the eyes of the world, so no one will whisper that I am shameless and have no modesty, or that I sleep with you only to make you stay. Why did you woo me and make me love you if you cared nothing for me?
Oenone, why do you quarrel? Everything I do for you. But I have sworn not to marry until I am sufficient and secure.
Oh,
I have told you this often, but you do not listen. Can a woman protect a man? Can she put him beyond the reach of misfortune, or illness, or the malice of other men? You talk of love, but the world is as it is. In it, the good man suffers, and the evil man goes free. Only the strong survive. Consider Anacreon, my father. For 50 years he stood tall and straight as a pine. But now that old age has whittled away his bodily strength, he must be left to starve unless I work to help and care for him.
Your father did his work in daylight, but you rise long before dawn.
My father was contented if each year was the same as the one before it. But I cannot be happy unless each day I have striven in some measure to improve my condition. One day soon, Oenone, I will be the master of a large farm, and men who are herdsmen as I am now will work under me as my servants.
How can you know that?
I have had dreams.
Tell me.
No, Oenone. Put dreams into words and they make no sense.
Come quickly, my son. There are two strangers on horseback approaching our home. They came up at dawn on the track which leads from Troy. When I glimpsed them first, they were 300 paces distant, moving among the pines and cedars. The one who leads is no more than 19 years of age, but the other is darker, heavier. At his side there hangs a sword belt of soft leather studded with silver, and over his shoulder a nobleman's cloak trimmed with fur.
Don't fret yourself, father. I'll go out and see what they want.
I don't like and I don't trust faces I don't recognise.
Morning, gentlemen. Not seen you two before. Have you come far?
We come from Troy upon the king's business, and any insolence will be answered with this.
What is your name?
So my name is Paris.
We need water for our horses.
Oh, your horses may drink from my well.
My lords, will you eat and drink with us? We have goat's cheese, loaves of new-baked bread, and cakes of barley.
We will accept your hospitality. My name is Hector. I am Priam's son and the heir to his throne. The man who rides beside me is Achilles, Prince of Thessaly.
Oh, sirs, I was born here, in the hills, under the shadow of Ida, and all my life I have never made a journey more distant from this spot than a day's ride by ox cart. I have heard no word spoken of any nation called Thessaly.
It is a wooded country far across the sea, thick with pine forest. where to hunt and fight is as natural as to eat or drink. Those who inhabit there trust to nothing except their skill with bow or javelin. Peleus is my father's name, a famous warrior and king who carries imprinted upon his body the mark of 39 wounds, which he, a master of warfare, sustained with glory in the service of the gods and country. Yet, although I am proud to call myself his son, resembling him in much, my birth was not mortal, as his assuredly was. I am the child of a goddess, a spirit of the ocean depth. She is Thetis, daughter of Zeus.
Sirs, this is the best of what we have.
So why have you come out of your own country across the wide sea to Troy?
Well, Priam has said, if men are shown the highest and best, surely they will choose it. Accordingly, I sent to Priam saying, Sir, the people of Troy make bold to call their city the image of heaven, the garden of God. Let me see it for myself, by living among you. Why the whole earth reveres its name. Priam answered, I cannot refuse a young man who desires to learn. Come.
What have you learned?
That the city can be stronger than the tribe. The city is not walls or ramparts or a marketplace. The city is an idea. A king may take by force any woman. He may condemn without trial any man, and so, without cause or motive, commit any crime. But the city, binding itself under its own laws, does none of these things. Yet it possesses a strength as great as the greatest king. Priam is supreme because the people of Troy will fight and die, not for Priam alone, but for the liberty to call themselves Trojans, giving up their lives for what is no more than a name.
Oh, you say it is no more than a name, but before my father's time it did not exist. By giving justice, my father touches the lives of every man and woman. Although these two have never set eyes upon Priam, my father, yet their days have been spent free from war and the threat of war.
I have never seen Troy, or its great marketplace. I've never trodden the road which leads beyond these hills, out of these meadows sweet with summer flowers. But I have heard how, in my father's time, your father's men cut down the woods and burned the tall grasses which covered the plain. They built roads and raised walls of stone, where cedars and larches once stood, and hunted the stag and the boar, not out of need, but for the pleasure of it.
What is your name?
Sir, my name is Inoni.
You are this boy's wife?
We are betrothed, sir. We met last summer, bringing in the harvest.
You will make a good couple.
Well, men are not handsome for long. Their bodies become wrinkled or marked, or as fat as pies. But a man halfway between boyhood and manhood is beautiful for a short time.
There is a bull standing alone, in the lower field, separated from the other cattle by a wooden partition. His pelt is milk white, his flanks as shiny as any thoroughbred horse. Tell us, who owns him, you or your father?
Sir, the bull is mine.
I'm charged to ask what price you will sell him for. We will offer you in payment 400 talents, a sum higher than any marketplace will yield.
Why? And what will you do with him?
Priam will sacrifice him at the altar of Apollo to purify the city, and bring to its people the prosperity and long life which is promised to those who honor the gods.
Sirs, I'm sorry that whatever you offer I cannot accept. To me, this animal is beyond price.
How so? He's only a bull.
Sir, I have an eye for the qualities of cattle and take pride in being correct in my predictions. Better breeding stock than this you will not find in the life of a generation. That is why I reared him myself, fed and nursed him with my own hands, and at my own cost. It was an investment which I had the foresight to make against an uncertain future. The price you offer me in compensation will not buy me what I shall lose by accepting it. Sirs, I am a herdsman. Each day of my life I must labour in barn or in cattle byre, in low-lying meadow or high-hill pasture until my body is worn to the bone. Yet I do this not to be rich or for the satisfaction I take in the task, but to be spared starvation, to eat in safety by my own hearth, to sleep sheltered from the weather. And at the end, when I've toiled away the youth and the strength of a lifetime to earn these meagre pleasures, how will the gods reward me? They will give me what they give indiscriminately to every man and woman: old age, sickness, and death. Therefore, sirs, do not laugh at me when I say that all the hope and ambition of a young man's dream is in this animal. If you take him from me, then you condemn me to live out my life in utter poverty.
Others of your kind do so and are contented.
No, they do so because they must.
We've been patient long enough with this argumentative boy.
Yes, the time for words is over. What you have refused to sell us, we're empowered to take from you by force. If you obstruct us, we will cut you down. We gave you opportunity enough to make yourself rich, and even to earn the favor of the King of Troy himself. But you have preferred another way, a way of stubbornness and pride.
If you try to take what is mine, I shall do as any man would do. Fight until either you are defeated, or I am dead.
Boy, be warned. I know how to cause a man to strike at me in rage so that I may use the excuse of provocation to kill him.
We have done you no harm. Why are you treating us with such disdain? Where is your gentleness and courtesy?
Madam, we came here in peace to carry out the orders of the king, but this boy has refused the fair price we offered and sought a quarrel.
No, it is you who have made the quarrel. It is easy to be a tyrant to a poor man who has not the means to defend himself. Why do you boast to me of your strength? It is only the power to steal.
I am no tyrant. You do not know what tyranny means. My father is a great man. I do nothing he would not approve.
Does he know what you do to his good name by thieving from the poorest of his people?
Be silent! If we were any of the things you say we are, you would not be living now to say them.
Oh, kill me then! Huh? I am poor. I have nothing. This bull which you are stealing is everything to me. The gods give us life. They give it freely and generously, but you make a world where men have no more divinity than the ox which is harnessed to the plough.
You rage at us, boy, but what angers you is this, that your birth and parentage bind you to the earth. Yet prove to me that you are fit to live free as a free man, and I will advance you. If you are certain that your cause is right, then follow us to Troy and put it to the test. Speak before Priam as you have spoken to us. Stand as an appellant in Priam's hall of judgment. He made the law for men such as you. He loves it more than you love yourself. But if you have not so much courage, then live upon the earth as a creature of the earth, and be contented.
What will you do?
I will follow them to Troy.
Then you are leaving me.
I have no choice, you know me.
No, it is what you want to do.
Everything I wanted and planned for us both goes with them into Troy to perish under the sacrificial knife, to please ceremony and the gods. Do you not know me better, Inoni, than to ask me to accept what I can fight to change?
No, Paris, you are leaving me.
I did not bring these men to our cottage. You must blame the gods for that, not me.
What have the gods to do with this?
I have had a dream.
Tell me.
It is hard to put it into words.
You do not lack the power of speech, and have always been quick to condemn whatever offended you.
In my dream, I found myself lifted up high into heaven, where I stood before Zeus himself, the father of the gods. Boy, he said to me, I am told that there is no one living now on earth who can better judge the qualities of sheep and cattle than Paris, the herdsman's son. I bowed my head to him and answered, What you have heard is true, my lord. He replied, Then prove it to me. At once he clapped his hands. At once, as if the curtain of the clouds had suddenly been torn in two, 3 women appeared to me, walking upon the air. They were golden-skinned and sculpted out of light. And in their eyes, or so it seemed to me, there lay a promise of immortal satisfaction. These whom you see, said Zeus, are goddesses. Hera, my wife, and my daughters Athene and Aphrodite. But pay no attention, please, to their high estate. I ask you to assess them as you see them, for their grace, for their beauty, and most of all for this, their power to awaken the masculine in men. Look carefully at each one, then judge, if you can, which of the 3 deserves most to bear the title, the loveliest of all? Well, I said to each disrobe. If I am to judge you for your beauty, then I must see you naked as a lover would. Aphrodite smiled as she put aside her clothes, saying, "What do you know of love? You were a boy, but I can make you a man. You will lie contented in my arms, and never again desire to be a child. Give me what is due to me. In me, everything is fulfilled." At this, Hera, the eldest and the tallest of the three, let slip the garment she wore, and as her russet hair fell almost to her waist, she laughed, saying, "Boy, do not believe these flatteries. Only wealth and power can give a man the freedom to be a man. Power is the doorway to all other satisfactions. How else do the gods rule in heaven except by power? Give me the title, and all the earth shall be yours." Athene answered, as she stood naked before me, "If you do not see that, in themselves, power and beauty are nothing, then you are a fool. Without wisdom, a life begun in hope and fortune must end in catastrophe. Award the title to me, and you will know at the end that to be one among many is the best and highest for mortal men."
And did you choose?
No. I understood that by choosing one, I should anger the others. And so I walk in fear before I could make a choice. Yet, who would not want power and wealth if they were poor, as I am?
This is no dream, Paris. This is an image of the struggle within your own heart. Oh, my love, I know you well. You see what the best is, but you do not choose it. You are dearer to yourself than any friend or any lover could be. Yet some doubt or guilt, some knowledge of falsehood or false dealing which you would prefer not to be burdened with, tugs at your mind. For you, the price of doing wrong is to know it and see it clearly. If you leave me now, your soul will never be at peace. No course of action will satisfy your longing. Always your heart will whisper, "Had I lived my life another way, then perhaps I might have been happy." I knew it, but had not the strength to do it.
I did not compel you to love me.
You accepted me.
Yes. You are beautiful, and you offered me love. I was young, and had never known a woman. Did I do wrong to accept what you gave?
Go then. Go if you are going. You said that you loved me. Now you talk as if you hate me. You have broken my heart.
Inoni is weeping, my son. Why? What is the matter?
I told her I'm leaving her and going to Troy.
You are not free to leave. You're pledged to marry her.
I made her no promises.
Do not make me despise you. Do not break my heart as well as hers.
Father, I have tried to love her, but I cannot.
If you say that you never loved her, then you've deceived me as well as her.
I loved her beauty, but beauty is not enough. Girls from the village are not beautiful for long. Before they are 20, you see the wrinkles form around the mouth above the eyes. Their shape alters as they eat too much and bear too many children.
Is that a reason to leave and go to Troy?
I go to Troy, Father, to get back what is mine.
If you challenge them again, they will kill you.
I'm not afraid.
You should be. You are a herdsman. There's nothing in Troy for a man like you.
A man has only a single life. Why must I spend it here among cattle and sheep? What can be worse than to leave the space empty between cradle and grave? Now, the tree in the meadow says to me, "Make me free of the root which holds me and binds me." The fish, which I hook out of the stream, say to me, "Send us back to the long wild river where we were happy." The fire, climbing in the grate, cries out, "Let me leap up to heaven where everything is heat and light."
The gods are cruel. And then they blessed me with a son I never hoped to have, and now at the end of my life they take it from me.
Father, I do what I must do.
I am not your father. It is time that you knew the truth about yourself. I am a herdsman, but you are not a herdsman's son. On the day you were born, your father tried to kill you. He abandoned you in your cradle at the hour of your birth. I found you in the mountains, lying in the lair of a sheep-bear. You were warm and pink as a piglet. I have always loved you, but you were not as other children. The people of this village often spoke against you. They did this because they were frightened of you. I have lived a long time, but even I have never understood the things you say you feel and which you see in your dreams.
Why have you kept this from me?
Because I did not want to lose you. My own beloved wife Euryphile died giving birth to a baby girl. I buried the girl beside her mother, thinking as I dug the grave that my life was over. Then, only a month later, up in the hills, I found you. It was like a miracle after the great grief I had endured. I blessed the gods and began my life again.
Oh, Father. Whoever my true father is or was, how can I love him as I have loved you? When I woke as a child screaming from nightmares, it was you who comforted me. The people of the village said I was cursed by the gods and would bring ill luck to you and the community, but you would not listen to them. Everything I ever needed you gave to me, out of love.
There is something else. In your cradle I found a ring made of gold. I do not doubt that your father intended it to be a payment for whoever might find you. But I was frugal and never needed to sell it. Look, I have kept it for you.
It is beautiful. But I shall never sell it. I will wear it always with pride, in memory of you.
The gods go with you, my son. You have in you now the life I had 50 years ago. Nothing could hurt me more than to hear that you are dead. Remember that.
He is gone. I know him too well to think he will ever return. He has taken the light out of the sky. He has made the air thin. He has separated me from everything I loved and wanted. My life is barely begun, yet my good days are over. Never again will he warm his hand at the fire I lit to keep the winter out, or eat the food which I prepared for him with such loving care. Never again will I be happy, never laugh, never wake in the morning content and carefree as I used to do when he slept beside me. Nothing lasts. Everything changes. Oh, you gods! Do you think that I do not know how foolish it is to make a man, a mortal man, the centre of my life and the beat of my heart? But I have tied the knot which I cannot undo. I will make myself a garland of roses and myrtle berries, of hyacinth and the gentle narcissus and the white violet. I will make a wreath of the summer's late flowers. They will lie with me in my grave, and fade as my beauty fades. I will eat nothing and drink nothing, for I am resolved to die for love of him.
Are you not Inoni, the dark-eyed girl whom Paris the herdsman loved?
Paris did not love me. He has left me and gone to Troy.
You are very pale.
I have not eaten since he left me. I am weak with hunger.
Eat then, or you will die.
I mean to die.
For love of him?
Yes.
What folly. Would he die for you? Do as he has done. Find comfort elsewhere.
What comfort has he found in Troy that he could not find in my arms?
You do not want to know.
Tell me.
He challenged Hector in front of Priam, his father. His suit was successful. Hector admitted his fault. Priam believes by the ring that the boy wears that Paris is his own son, who was discarded in his infancy to comply with the prophecy of the gods. Accordingly, your lover, the herdsman's child, is raised up high, as a prince among men.
So, my fate is sealed.
It does not please me to see you weeping. I have no power to give you what you want. But if I could, I would make you happy. You are young. Do not destroy yourself because a man does not love you.
I have no choice. I think of nothing except his face, his body. I hear nothing, only his voice calling sweetly to me.
You are beautiful. Come with me. Sleep in my pavilion at my side. You will be famous forever as the lover of Achilles.
I cannot.
You are as good as he is. But you are weak. Be strong.
I do not know how.
Make your spirit harder. Your need simpler.
No.
Well, then I cannot help you. I came to Troy to find a companion for the life I mean to live. I sought a brother, but Hector does not feel the touch of honor which I feel. He is not a warrior. His loyalty is to his city. I have no city. I was bred in the woods and have hunted since I could stand. I know only the meadow and the forest and the wide plain and the salt sea shore. There my mother's voice can be heard in the waves, the wind, the cry of the wet sea bird. When I am alone and heavy of soul, I stand where the waves meet the land and I listen to her soft sea voice. She tells me that I am born to greatness, yet in my heart I know I shall not live to be old.
Oh, be at peace, Achilles. Be happy with a woman. There are many who will love a man like you.
I was not born to be happy. I was born to fight. In this world we destroy or are destroyed. Creatures in the wood kill each other, so why should a man not live by killing other men? What other life? What better way is there than mastering by strength, testing by combat? How do fish live in the sea? By eating each other. How do birds live in the air? The hawk tears the finch.
Help me, Achilles.
Huh? How? I will do for you whatever lies in my power.
Take my life. You have the hands of a warrior. You can kill cleanly in a single movement, as the bird catcher kills the bird. Do not let me suffer.
No, I will not do that. I will not take life promiscuously for its own sake.
The gods make this demand of a warrior, that he fights not for his own gain, but for honor, to help the helpless in their affliction, and to free the soul from its captivity.
Earth and blood. I think the earth creates for itself what it needs. When it needs blood, it will have blood. If the good man is not also a strong man, then his goodness is spilt like water into the sand. Men say that the gods want men to be good. Yet the earth desires only strength and blood.
Son of a herdsman, sit at Priam's side on the seat of the gods. Everywhere I go, by day or night, there are servants or slaves who attend to my needs. I hold a new world in the palm of my hand.
Tell me, child, what the short summer night has shown you. Is your heart wild with magic and freedom? Does the earth dance under your feet in flight? Have you discovered how when life is strong within you, the sky is dusted with silver, and the mountain stream draws gold from the moon to honor you? Have you seen the girl whose limbs leap, clothed in light, by the rock where the waters part? Have you resolved what is hidden under sleep? Then listen to the owl hooting in the forest. How softly he calls his prey to the darkness of death. Beware, my friend. It is a call from the hunger of your own heart.
Come closer, Paris. Let me see your face. Remember always that in yourself you are nothing. Blood is everything. It was Priam who made you a prince. But as long as you are loyal to me, I will protect you and love you.
If the gods hear you now, will they not be angry that you loved me and did not kill me?
Either the gods wished you to survive, and so they brought it about, or else I must believe that the gods are malicious and destructive, that they have rewarded me with this moment only to punish me later. I will not believe that fate or the gods work to our harm, or that they condemn us for loving our own.
You were my natural father, yet you had no love for me. You abandoned me to die at the hour of my birth. The herdsman, Anacreon, who raised me and educated me, had not enough even for himself, yet he gave me half of everything which was his.
You are quick-tempered as your mother was, but I praise you because you speak not like a slave, but like a free man. Hector, my son, Tell this boy what it was like to be the child of Priam.
He never spared me. Even the games I played, he counterweighted against me. He hoped by favoring adversity to make me stronger. He was not like a father. He was always a king.
My son, I am not a cruel man. I did what I did not for my sake or for yours, but for the sake of the city.
You say you are not a cruel man. Well, how then did you build Troy? Can a man without cruelty do what you have done?
It fell to me to alter the pattern of the centuries. If we believe it is our destiny to live forever upon hard ground, under an open sky at the mercy of the weather and the seasons, then it is our minds which are at fault, not our bodies. I knew that these things were not necessities, and accordingly I changed them. Look. Below us, the city is sleeping. If an enemy comes against Troy, that is the way he will come, over the horizon, out of the waves. I built Troy's walls thick and wide. But Troy's children must be stronger than their father.
I am to be married to Eetion's daughter, the Greek princess Andromache.
Her birth is royal, her lineage older even than ours. My firstborn son will mingle his blood only with the highest and best.
What of me?
You?
Am I not also at an age to be married?
You will leave Troy. I shall send you away. You have told us that life is hard for those who are born poor. I tell you this, it will be harder for you as my son. You will go as my envoy to the court of Menelaus, the red-headed king of Sparta, who desires closer ties with Troy. Because you are young and lack experience, Menelaus will try to better you in any way he can. Bring back from your meeting some prize, some result, to show me that you are more than a village boy. And according to what you achieve, so will I reward you.
His name is Paris. He is the son of Priam, and has come as Priam's ambassador to the court of my husband, Menelaus, king of Sparta. Tonight, at dinner, Menelaus, who was drunk, spilled wine on the table. Paris dipped his finger in the wine, and with it he wrote my name upon the surface of the wood. Menelaus noticed nothing of this, only shouted to his cupbearer to refill the cups. Without raising my head to look at him, I wiped away what Paris had written, then rose and left the hall. Now, whenever I drink or eat or work or try to sleep, there is a knot, like fear, in the pit of my stomach.
Sir, welcome to Sparta.
Sir, I thank you.
Sparta is a small kingdom, a mountain kingdom. We lack Troy's wealth. Yet we are strong and at peace because we count Troy among our friends.
Sir, my father commands me to say that Troy is honored to be Sparta's friend.
I have done business with Troy since the days of my boyhood, but I've never seen it. It is said, sir, that Troy is a city overflowing with munificence, where slaves are as numerous as flies in summer, where Priam's gold coin comes warm each day from the mint like bread from a bakery. and where every citizen keeps a table as lavish as a king's.
Sir, by our position, we stand between east and west, commanding the sea. Yet we prefer to make ourselves rich, not by war, but by trafficking.
Sir, a time for war is coming. Troy has done well, but she must understand that wealth is worth nothing without strength. And my father Atreus was called a pirate, but by warfare he and his confederates humiliated Memphis and Thebes and took from the pharaoh Merempta corn enough for 10 winters. Since I became its king, this nation has fought no wars. I have preferred to codify the law and see it obeyed. For too long these islands have been riven by tribal dissension. The chieftains who govern fight too easily amongst themselves. But my brother Agamemnon and I have learned from Troy what unity can mean to a nation. Sparta is a stronghold, not a city. Here our life is frugal, and as a people we are praised most for our austerity. I say to Priam, your father, that since our interests do not conflict, let us bind ourselves closer in an alliance of strength. Let Troy and Sparta control these islands and the seas beyond them. Troy is a great power. She has in plenty the necessaries which Sparta needs. In return, Sparta will provide to secure Troy's interest here upon the mainland, a force of fighting men loyal to Troy and to Priam, its king.
Sir, I will report what you have said to Priam, my father.
I am obliged to delay our conference. News came this morning from Crete. My grandfather's brother, Catreus, the old king, died in his sleep 3 days ago. I barely knew the man, but I must travel to Crete to see him buried and to preside at the funeral games. I will be gone only a short time. Treat my house and everything in it as your own. I leave my wife Helen under your protection.
Sir, I am honored by your trust. Once I thought that to feel upon my face the sharp, exhilarating sting of the wind as it brought ice down out of the air from Ida's high slopes, or to stand by the pool where salmon leap in summer and listen to the murmuring of the air as it corrugates the water, or to lie solitary in the long grass and observe above the moon rising over the trees as silent and cold as a fish, was worth more than a woman's love. But then, in my boyhood, in a dream, I saw a woman's limbs and eyes, breasts and legs. I touched warm skin and could feel between my fingers her thick, dark hair. I thought that she was a goddess. Then I thought that her name was Inoni. All of my life, her voice has been calling to me.
Sir, my husband left Sparta at dawn and will be gone 10 days. In his absence, he instructs me to make you welcome.
Madam, it is an honor to be at your disposal. You are Queen of Sparta. I know what authority and power lies in that title.
Sir, why do you flatter me? I am Queen of Sparta, but in myself I am nothing. My husband gives me name and title. Everything I own or am belongs to him or his estate. Yet you must know that for 30 years my father, King Tyndareus, ruled in Sparta. Menelaos is a stranger here. He came for me and for the crown he got by marrying me, according to the ancient custom which Spartan kings revere as law. Until I was 10 years old, I believed I lived the happiest life on earth. After that time, I was courted in love, sought as a prize, desired as a living gift. But the more men desired me, the colder I became.
Madam, you are wrong to say that you are nothing. You are Helen. You are the daughter of Leda and Tyndareos. All of your life, stories have been told about you to account for your beauty. It is said that when Leda, your mother, married your father, the gods pitied her because she was so lovely, and your father already so old. It is said that on her wedding night, Leda became the lover of Zeus himself, and that you and your sister Klytemnestra are the twin children of their union.
Is that what you have heard?
I do not say that it is true.
I understand that I am beautiful, but it has brought me no contentment. I remember how on the day we were 14 years old, Klytemnestra and I were summoned to see my father. He told us that we had reached marriageable age and must, henceforth, have husbands. In the negotiations which followed, Klytemnestra was given to Agamemnon, the elder son of Atreus, ruler of Argos. Menelaus, his younger son, got me, and after my father's death, my father possessing no male heir to succeed him, the crown of Sparta itself. Atreus and his sons are descendants of a tribe foreign to this nation. Atreus seized the throne of Argos by force and held it until his death with brutal persistence. But Menelaus, his son, has never been a brutal man. On our wedding night, his fear of me was so great that when he gripped my shoulders and said to me, "Now you must undress," his hands were shaking.
Madam, why do you speak your most private thoughts to me, as if you and I were lovers already?
Sir, you are not ignorant of why. I am not naive. You're not the first to praise me or my beauty. It's vanity in you to think that I would dishonor so lightly and so easily a man who puts all his faith and trust in my integrity.
You insult him, but you praise him for his trust. You loathe his body, but you lack the will to leave his bed.
All my life, the eyes of men have followed me. Since my earliest days, I have been gazed upon with an intensity you could never comprehend. I recognize the heat, the insanity threatened by a glance, the possessiveness or contempt concealed in the gentleness of a hand.
I do not ask you to be my lover briefly and in secret while your husband is away. I ask you to be my wife, to be mine openly, not furtively, to come with me to Troy, where you will never be my property, but will live free, as a free-born woman.
What you say to me, you say only to further the achievement of your own selfish pleasure.
If you do not love me, my life is ended. Inform your husband when he returns what I have said to you or tried to do, and he will take my life. But of this be certain, Helen, I will not leave Sparta without you.
Sir, let me live as my condition compels me to live. You know well that to break the oaths of marriage would show only contempt for heaven and the gods who watch over us.
The gods led me here. The gods showed me your face. I knew you existed, but did not know how to find you. In the mountains, the gods cannot be seen, but I felt them always. Their eyes were watching me, their minds weighing me and judging me. That is why they have led me out of a village where I lived in poverty to a great city where I stand at the side of a great king. Now they have brought me by miraculous means to Sparta, where it seems that my heart has always been. Oh, Helen, you know that love has no reason or sense. It lies deep in the blood and is roused like thunder from a summer sky. I have lived a life never knowing mental rest, always searching for what my dreams have revealed, the face of a woman whom I will love until I die.
Oh, gods. Oh, heaven. What will follow from our adultery? Oh, when I consider the ruin of my husband's honest happiness, I weep for every bride and groom. I find that oaths are nothing. It is the folly of our youth to make light vows which are lightly broken. I swore before heaven a lifelong mutual faith, yet I forsake it at a stranger's touch.
When you would not hear me and refuse my keepsakes, I prayed that Aphrodite would turn me into a rose, so you could pluck me with your delicate, agile fingers and put me between your breasts. At night, in my despair, I often dreamed I was the gentle air discovering you naked after a bath, and with my breath drying your limbs and hair.
Come to me and set me free from sour-hearted melancholy. What my soul desires to be, O Aphrodite, make of me.
I was a gannet, and I caught you like a fish. I was a bear, and I found you in the woods. I was a horse, and I allowed you onto my back. I was a bird, and I flew to your outstretched hand. I was an acrobat, and I danced for you. I was a conjurer, and I gave you the world in a painted lacquer box. I was a god, and I came to you by night in the likeness of an angel. I was a flame, and I burnt you. I am smoke, and I will not leave your room. I am wind, and I burst in at your window. I am water, and I cool and soothe your forehead. You alone are real. All other things are imaginary and will pass.
I learn you have taken ship to Troy, leaving behind you everything which was yours. You have left in the arms of a man who seemed to me truthful and worthy of trust. I learn he did not force you, but flattered you. He spoke beguiling words, and you believed them. All my life, I have longed for hearth and home and a quiet bed, to be at peace with the gods and the spirits of the earth. I hoped in due time to be the father of a son and to hold a daughter in my arms before I was old. And now, everything is destroyed. I never hurt you. You wanted for nothing. I strove always to increase your happiness. I felt no need in your sight to be a great king or a great man. Yet to you, I was of less significance than the pet bird which is the only possession you have taken with you to Troy. Everything ends. The linnet's nest is ransacked and the mother's eggs are smashed by robber birds. The bear returns to his lair, but the she-bear has been torn apart by hounds, and the place where they took their rest is befouled by blood. The cicada which sang all summer watches its home cut to pieces by the reapers and trembles at the edge of the harvested field. But I will darken the summer sky with blood.
I see what none of my race has seen in half a century. The walls, and towers of Troy. It is truly said that this city was built by Apollo to be a beacon to the world. You and your people have filled it with happiness and light.
Do you come to Troy of your own free will?
I do.
What promises has my son made to you?
He has made no promises, Priam, except his hand in marriage, if you will permit it.
How can he marry you? By order of law, Menelaus is your husband.
By my actions, I have annulled the marriage.
I am Hector. I am Priam's eldest son and the heir to his throne. Tell us why you have come to Troy.
I come to Troy because I've heard that Troy is free and fearless. I come to claim by marriage the freedom which is the birthright of every well-born Trojan woman. In Troy, no human life is sacrificed to the gods. In Troy, even a slave cannot be executed without due process of law. By your example, you have taught the world what the world should be. I cannot return to Sparta. Spartan law would take my life for what I have done. I ask for your protection.
I am Andromache. I am Hector's wife. I mean you no disrespect, but you're a child. You know nothing of what we are, or believe, or what is needful for Troy and its people to live at peace under the law. You are wrong to be self-willed. I must tell you that before our wedding day, Hector and I had never met. Yet to me, he has become my perfect image of a man. If you could not find happiness at your husband's side, you might have sought comfort in a life of obedience, honouring your husband's household, raising his children. You were not ill-treated, and were never denied the rights and privileges appropriate to your rank. But it seems you had no care for a husband's humiliation.
I believe in the gods. I fear them and love them. I think we were put upon this earth to love and to learn how to love. Heaven brought Paris to Sparta. I did not ask it. I never prayed for it. It happened.
Menelaus will come for you, Helen. When it falls to me to ask the people of Troy to spill their blood in Troy's defense, or else be destroyed, what will I say to them?
Men do not go to war over women. They go to war for reasons of their own. By your position, you command the Propontic Sea. Trade routes are open to any nation strong enough to seize and hold them. Agamemnon and Menelaus are greedy for empire.
I know the island chieftains. They will fight.
Yes, they will fight. Because fighting is all they know. Their wives despise them, and so they go to war.
You bring this girl to Troy, making promises to her out of love, which only the expenditure of Trojan blood in war can guarantee. Menelaus demands 200,000 gold pieces in restitution, or else the return of Helen to Sparta. He demands tribute in perpetuity, or else he will go to war. You have done what was never possible before. You have united the barbarian tribes against us. At Ephesus and Aulis, they've anchored their ships. Agamemnon has mustered the clan chiefs. He's made them pledge to wage holy war against the race of King Priam, which insults his brother, his household, and his gods. Do not doubt that war is coming. The young, the ambitious, the brave are tired of living in a world made dull by peace. They're saying, let us purge the bad blood in a war of conquest. Troy's insolence must be scoured from the surface of the earth. Do not think me a coward because I say that I fear them. Only a fool would not fear these warships, these weapons, these battalions of armed men, these horses, these chariots, these beaked black ships. Only a fool would not fear their eagerness, their pride, their belief that fate and the gods fight at their side.
What you say is true. Menelaus must go to war, or accept openly the humiliation I have offered him. If he does not fight, he makes himself ridiculous. If he fights but cannot win, then he and his brother's family, the family of Atreus, are finished. Sparta and Argos often sought our friendship, but in secret they despised us. In secret they thought that they could do together what Priam has done alone. Let us remember that Priam's empire, for all its peaceable character, is ruled by fear, and that all subjects are unwilling subjects. Our greatness is founded not upon virtue, but upon strength.
Those who love us and applaud us now will rise against us as soon as they think that we are too weak to control them. We have become an imperial power, and for us there is only one destiny: to grow in strength or to fall, to consolidate our power by fresh conquest, or to yield to our enemies everything we have achieved.
My son, you speak now as I did 30 years ago.
This woman is not worth a single Trojan life.
She is the pretext and not the cause. The cause is empire and command of the sea.
If we give them war, we give them what they want, and they will use the advantage. If we make a treaty, Agamemnon will disperse his army, and the treaty can be broken later.
They will not make a treaty. At Aulis 5 days ago, Agamemnon put to death his daughter, Iphigenia. She was, or was reputed to have been, his favourite child, but he killed her without hesitation at the behest of Apollo's high priest, who promised him that in return for a virgin's blood, heaven would grant his army a just and honourable victory. At once the wind changed. The fleet set sail. Agamemnon's men believe they can do no wrong.
I cry for judgment. Iphigenia was my sister's firstborn daughter. I did not know that she had been slaughtered. Our lives have been ruined by these brothers who think it is a contemptible thing to live in peace. Did no one stand in Agamemnon's way? Did no one fight to save her? Their crimes are disgusting. Let them die here, under your walls, like cattle.
You were born and bred in Sparta, but in your heart you are a Trojan. I grant you protection as my daughter by marriage. What you have said today does honor to our city. When I was a young man, I defeated the island races who attacked and burned Troy. I showed no mercy and took no prisoners. I stained the beaches and the sea with their blood. I am an old man now. I have grown to love peace and the fruits of peace. But war does not come when we want it to come. If we love peace too much, then we fear to go to war. If this struggle had not come in my time, it would have come in yours or your children's. We gain nothing by trying to postpone it. What we have made for ourselves inside this city is better than what others have made anywhere ever. But if Troy cannot stand against the world, Troy is not safe in the world, and the world will destroy it. So let us fight.
Have you ever seen a hawk hang motionless in the air? So is fate above mortal men and women.
In Part 1 of Troy by Andrew Rissick, Achilles was played by Toby Stephens, Aegisthus by James Hayes, Agamemnon by Oliver Cotton, and Anacreon by Ian Hogg. Andromache was played by Emma Fielding, Electra by Cassandra Sperry, Hekabe by Deborah Findlay, Hector by Michael Maloney, Helen by Geraldine Somerville, and Hermes by Paul Schofield. With Lindsay Duncan as Clytemnestra, James Lawrenson as Menelaus, Geoffrey Whitehead as Nicanor, Abigail Doherty as Oenone, Jean-Marc Perret as Orestes, and Michael Sheen as Paris. Saeed Jaffrey was Parmenion, David Harewood Patroclus, Julian Glover King Priam, and Eleanor Bron Thetis. The singer was Mia Soteriou and the producer was Jeremy Mortimer.
Midday, heat, stillness. The sea below the walls of Troy barely moving. The sky vast and unblinking. No one stirs. Only Achilles, who sits motionless close by the tide line, his head bare, his eyes half closed in prayer.
I pray that Troy will never fall. Let it stand until the end of history. 10 years I have fought for it, here below the walls under Agamemnon's leadership. 10 years of stupidity, waste and failure. O Mother, O my Creator, hear my prayer. I am your son, Achilles, your miraculous boy. My father is a mortal man, but I claim descent from what is oldest and most permanent, the sea itself. You are a spirit of that element. Thetis, daughter of Zeus, let your power be my power. Agamemnon has stolen from me my favorite concubine, a creature dark-eyed and lovely, assigned to me by common custom as a prize of war. He does me this shame out of envy and out of spite, to show the world that he is strong and to punish me for being what I am. Your son, the greatest ever born, and knowing it and saying it.
Now he weeps, and as he weeps, the ebb and flow of waves upon the shore brings back to his afflicted heart somehow the memory of his mother's arms, how she would rock him asleep and sing to him in a low and soothing voice her songs of sleep and forgetting. Sometimes in the noonday heat or the silence of the night, he hears her voice speaking inside his skull, like a cry which is never released.
Oh, my son, why do you weep? A man of power betrays your trust and you're surprised. I know what men like Agamemnon are. Your father, Peleus, was the same. A soldier, an adventurer, a brave, bone-headed, violent, aristocratic thief. He ransacked Troy when Heracles was general, then came home rich, intending to live a good life, but had no woman of his own. Hearing that I derived by birth and beauty from the eternal gods, he swore to make me his wife. He hid in a cave on a beach, and when I came down at dawn to the sea's edge to swim naked in shallow water, he followed, resolving to take me by force if necessary. Soon his hands were at my thighs, his lips at my breasts. I fought back, using all my magic arts. I became in turn a fish, a bird, a crab, a unicorn. But your father made proof by his desire against the pain, held on to me tight through all the straining transformations. There was no gentleness in those thieving, grabbing hands for me, as he raped me repeatedly at the edge of the water. Later, when his force was spent, I had my revenge. I let him believe I had come to love the body which had violated me. I used him selfishly for my own pleasure, as he had used me. I bore him a son, you, Achilles, the greatest ever born. A son such as any father, any king would dote upon. Yet before you were old enough to possess the power of speech, I stole you from his house, rearing you in a forest where he could not corrupt you. I love you for your power, your beauty of form. In the day's heat, your limbs gather gold from the sun, but your nights are dark with bewitching dreams.
Oh, mother, life is short, but the reward promised to me was honor. It was foretold of me in my cradle that I would not live long, but in my brief time I should win for myself fame and renown beyond mortal limits. Accordingly, out of duty and for love of honor, I bound myself under the command of a man, Agamemnon our king, who was in every respect my palpable inferior. I knew there could be only one commander-in-chief, and he must be obeyed. Otherwise there is anarchy. So, I obeyed Agamemnon, even when he was wrong. Now, I receive my reward for the years of service I gave unstintingly to my king and overlord. I am treated like trash. Oh, mother, when I was told what he had done, my heart blood tightened inside me. My head filled up with waves of sound like sea or horses' hooves. I left my tent, came out into a world drenched in light, so strong I had to shield my eyes against the dazzle of the sand. Then, as I have known them do before, light and noise fused, somehow became one image. You stood in front of me. Oh, mother, when I hear your voice, see, my head rocks with pain. Yet what I feel is love. Immense, unnatural, serene.
Oh, child, by ancient arts I have created you my own. Even at your birth, I knew you would grow stronger than your mortal father. I bred you strong, so you would always hear my voice wherever I should be, in the sea or under the earth, or up in heaven with the ever-living gods. As for Agamemnon, whom you hate, remember, Troy is your opponent. He is not. By fighting him, you diminish yourself. Take your revenge, if you will have revenge, as I took mine, patiently, by stealth, not letting your enemy know your thoughts, not letting him see your pain. God will teach him manners, my son.
Mother, there is no God. And once a man is in the earth, he stays there. The life goes out through clenched teeth. It does not come twice. When I die, your voice dies too.
What you have said I hear, my son. Your gift of certainty is wonderful. But do not disobey the gods, or me.
Mother, I do what I must do. Anger has its own lord and its own time. Let whatever powers there be in sky or earth give me revenge. Let Agamemnon suffer.
Compose yourself, Achilles. You are dearer to me than a brother, closer than blood. But this rage of yours has power to ruin us all. Agamemnon must not find you here, weeping on your knees like a beaten schoolboy. He must see you as you are, as the army knows you to be, their champion, resolute, immaculate, uncowed by adversity or the insolence of authority.
What news do you bring, Patroclus? Does Agamemnon come to my tent? Will he explain openly to my face why he has done me this injury?
Yes. He is coming. He knows that you have spoken violent language against him. He knows he has to show that he is not afraid of you.
Is this the god-mad Achilles who falls down at noon to listen to the stones on the beach? Who puts his ear to the water's surface or hears in the movement of the wind above the sand divine voices? I think it is not the gods, but his own unstable nature which stings him into this madness, this rage.
The army loves him, Agamemnon. What you have done will earn you nothing but their contempt if you persist in it. They know Achilles is always at the forefront, always leads, that he cares nothing for his own safety. To have seen him fighting is to have seen a god in action.
Menelaus, you are my loyal, steadfast brother, and when you speak I listen. But you are deceived. This is no god. This is a proud man, unable to tolerate the knowledge that there is one above him whose authority exceeds his own. Why do you steal from me, Agamemnon? Why do you persistently quarrel, Achilles?
Answer him, Agamemnon. The girl you stole was allotted to Achilles by acclamation as a prize of battle. I feared that in his rage he would kill the soldiers you sent to abduct her. But Achilles is a man of honor. Friends, he answered them. It is no fault of yours that our king behaves like a common thief.
Patroclus, you are this man's comrade in arms. In you he places all his trust. I do not ask you to approve the action I take. I ask only that you understand why I took it. I had a girl of my own. I loved her more than I loved my own wedded wife. But she is the daughter of a priest of Apollo. And in reserving her for my own use and pleasure, it seems I put to scorn the laws of God and laid violent hands upon his consecrated messenger. As a result, this priest has used his art to call down against me and the forces I lead the enmity and anger of heaven itself.
My brother believes it is not hard to recognize in our failure to achieve what we have attempted against Troy the signs of divine disfavor. Accordingly, he has renounced the girl he loved and made restitution to her father, the priest.
But it is not fitting, Achilles, for a king to have less than his lieutenants. Old custom of war gives me first choice in everything.
So you take from me by theft what you cannot win by prowess. Do you ask me to acquiesce in what you do?
I do not ask it, Achilles. I demand it. Do not criticize me for making a test of your obedience. Everywhere it is whispered that I take orders from you. I know where these stories originate. The army is rotten with faction, infected with rumor. Accordingly, you will submit yourself to my authority and recognize the power which I hold over all men. I am tired of your contemptible behavior. I am tired of your vanity and greed. You are unfit to be commander-in-chief, unfit to lead men into battle. You fight as you have always done, not for honor, but for your own personal gain. Are you not ashamed that this summer your soldiers have died in their hundreds, eating rotten meat, drinking contaminated water, while you ate well and slept well, tucked up in your tent? You bestow upon yourself the title of commander-in-chief, yet you do not lead by example as a general should. Name any in this war who has paid a higher price than I have done. When the gods made a test of my faith, I delivered up my own beloved daughter, Iphigenia, to her death. I swore I would give anything to bring the army safely to Troy, and the gods did not doubt I told the truth. They spoke through their priest, and I obeyed them. Do not lie, Agamemnon. You put no faith in gods. You did it to seem strong. You knew that if you treated your own daughter as you did, then you would be feared and obeyed. Prophecy was given openly and in public. And when the army heard it, you will remember how they howled for her death. I could not repudiate it. The will of the gods is harsh, not gentle. Often it is needful for us to suffer. She suffered. You did not suffer. The night after she died, I drank
heavily, then sank into a deep sleep. I woke before it was light. There, in the darkness, a child was sitting with worms in her hair. When I tried to cry out, her mouth opened. A snake crawled from between her lips. The face was not the face of Iphigenia. It was not human.
Brother, you have had the hardest task of all, but you will succeed. You are stronger than you think. Remember, 2 days after she was killed, the sea went flat, the wind blew from the west. This is what the gods had promised.
You are a good soldier, Menelaos, and an honest man. I do not quarrel with you. But Agamemnon, your brother, is unfit to lead. Accordingly, I withdraw myself and my men from under his command, my decision to take effect at once. Understand, Agamemnon. I want you to suffer. You have suffered too little. Discover for once where your actions lead you. Then you will regret what you have done.
I regret only this, Achilles, that I ever judged you fit to serve under my command.
Speak, Patroclus, you say nothing, but your silence accuses me.
You act intemperately, as you have always done. Many who applaud you now for what you do will despise you later when the consequences are known.
I do not care what other men think of me. I do not need their good opinion.
You are stubborn. When it is known in Troy that you have quarreled with Agamemnon and refused to join battle, Hector or Hector's men will try to burn our ships. Hundreds who honor your name will die trying to prevent them. They will die, Achilles, because of you, but this I guarantee. Agamemnon will not be one of them. Who are you trying to hurt? Who are you trying to punish?
I need to let my anger out. Someone must be hurt. Look, wind and tide are stronger than any human hand, yet mortal men have made themselves master over the earth, not by bodily strength, but by the power of their own will. We dam the river, we fell the forest, we take the lamb from the sheep, the egg from the mother bird. If we were not proud, vengeful, contentious, quarrelsome, what progress would we have made? Does the stag in the wood raise a temple to the god? Does the eagle in the air build a city or make a law? I have seen a man die when he lost the will to live, and I have seen a man become like a god, because it was his will to act as the gods do, without pity, without fear, without conscience, without restraint. If you love me, Patroclus, show it now, and stand at my side.
Do not mistake me. My love for you is not the same as flattery, and my regard for you does not mean serving you on bended knee. There are virtues other than courage. The art of graceful compromise is one of them. Do you not see how certainty in you exhausts us all? No sooner are Agamemnon's orders promulgated each morning at our assembly than you are on your feet denouncing them. No man who ever lived on earth can give his best under the lash of this perpetual criticism. Love, you often say, is unconditional. Should I applaud you, then, for doing what is selfish, base, or wrong? Should I pretend to have no mind, no thoughts for fear of hurting or offending you?
The strength I have, Patroclus, which you and others choose to impugn, is not harshness or rigidity, but the knowledge of the truth.
Give me your armor, your shield, and your sword.
Why? What will you do with them?
I will fight in your place. Achilles, or the image of Achilles, must protect the army. It is said that on the field of battle, the sight of your helmet is worth 500 men.
Then take it.
Take my armor. Take whatever you need. You know I can deny you nothing. Fight tomorrow if that is your decision. I love you, but I cannot help you. Pray heavens that you return safe.
Spies brought news shortly before dawn that Achilles and Agamemnon have quarrelled over a girl. The girl had been allotted to Achilles as a prize of war, but Agamemnon has requisitioned her to his own use. The spies say that the quarrel cannot be mended, that therefore Achilles is certain to withdraw from the fighting.
At last the wind blows down from heaven, from the gods themselves, which will carry us to victory. We've spent 10 years in limited defensive skirmishes, avoiding pitched battle, waiting for their strength to fail. Now our patience is rewarded.
Our patience, brother? My patience, you mean, or Troy's or Priam's, not your own. Long ago you advocated total war, and I opposed you then. Do you renew the argument now? I hear you say finish the war conclusively in one bold stroke, drive them into the sea. Idiot. That is what they desire most, to draw us out like ants from our confinement and then to destroy us under our own walls, like ants. My men have often asked, why do we never give battle? Why does Hector, our general, prefer to fight sitting on his arse? I answer because Hector cares too much for Trojan life to see one drop of Trojan blood shed on Agamemnon's behalf. It was not us, it was Agamemnon and his men who chose to fight. Let them do the dying.
You say let them do the dying, brother, but we are the ones bleeding to death. Troy was great when Trojan scope was limitless, when Trojan power reached wherever it pleased, but Agamemnon's blockade has closed the world to us. Many have said that Troy grew rich not by war, but by trafficking and trade. But how is the sea kept open? How is the market kept free, except by force or the threat of force? I grant we are still able to eat well and drink well, to sleep upon soft beds, but let us not call this meagre achievement freedom or victory. The truth is that for 10 years we have grown weaker, while our enemies have grown stronger. That is why they say in the streets that Priam is a sick old man, unfit for office, and Hector, his son, a magnanimous fool.
My shoulders are broad, broader than your own. Opinion will not weaken them, my son. I know how long a war has lasted. Do you think because I am old that I cannot count? What does it matter if it lasts 10 years, or 100, or 150, so long as at the end of it our enemies are destroyed? And if the war cannot be won, if there is no place for Trojan values in a Trojan world, then truly I am content to die. Men become slaves when they prize their lives above their liberty.
I hate this talk of defeat. Defeat is a state of mind. Father, there is a chance for victory. Now, Hector must act.
Why, Paris? Why must my husband act to keep you safe? Go back to your bed and the woman Helen, whom you call your wife. You both say that men do not go to war over women. They go to war for reasons of their own. But Helen is the cause of it, whatever you say. If a war could have been won, then it would have been prudent to fight. But I know these island tribesmen. I have seen them and how they live, hard as the earth, drawing strength from the earth. I came to Troy an orphan. My father, Eteon of Thebe, was a good man. He ruled a peaceable kingdom, conducted himself without vanity or ostentation. Achilles assassinated him in the 24th year of his reign at the instigation of Agamemnon, who had sought an alliance which my father refused. We woke that morning to chaos and fire. My father died first, beheaded at his own hearth. Then my brothers were dragged naked from their beds. I hid in terror under a table. Achilles showed no mercy. I take no prisoners, he screamed. I am implacable. Next, he called every servant out, 50 men and women, onto a grass lawn by a statue of Apollo. Lie down, he bellowed at them. They all lay down. He drew his two-handed sword, its blade radiant in the light, and opened each throat to the air. I've not forgotten how the bodies saturated the grass with their blood, how they stank of fear and their own excrement. Do not try to tell me there is any dignity in death. I only know that to fight this man, this death-mad Achilles, gorged on blood, you must yourselves become crueler than men should be.
Andromache, it is not yet day. Why are you out of your bed so early?
It is too hot to sleep, Hector. Even at dawn there's no wind, no relief from the heat. The boy wouldn't settle. He was crying, so I went to him and fed him. He's sleeping now.
It is worse for them bivouacked under the stars, rising each daybreak sodden with dew to see the shadow of our fortified walls thrown gigantic across the level sand. The image of their failure never leaves their sight.
No, it is worse for us. Agamemnon's men are professional thieves. If they suffer defeat, they do not stand to lose their homeland. To them, the word warfare means no more than opportunity.
What would you have me do?
End the war. Send Helen back.
Send Helen back? We tell them only that we're too weak to fight. They will stay to see us destroyed. I am determined that Troy will emerge from this war the greatest nation on earth. She will be undisputed sovereign over land and sea.
There are times, Hector, when your bravado fills me with disgust. Life is so short. It leaves the body so fast, yet you talk as if men are immortal. I have seen you armed head to toe in bronze, coming fresh from the field, your sword blooded, your mantle filthy. But brave men can be stupid, Hector. Each day you dare the gods. Fool. Sooner or later, in some situation you have not foreseen, Achilles or some other man will cut you down.
Achilles, whom you fear, is not an enemy to me, Andromache. He has broken with Agamemnon over the theft of a favourite concubine. I have often said his loyalty is not to country or to king, but to his own vainglorious insanity, and so it proves.
It's true, Andromache. Achilles has left the fighting. For the first time in a generation, the advantage is ours.
What will you do?
Attack as we must, while our advantage holds. Let's see the beaches cleared of Greeks. I am a sober, cautious man, but my brother is right to say that while the Greeks remain, Troy is no safer than a boat in a storm.
When Paris took me from Sparta, I remember we made anchorage at an island called Cranae, beneath a sky threatening rain. I undressed for the first time in memory alone, with no servants. I wore rough sailor's cloth. I remember when I kissed Paris in the dark, his body would not stay still. It moved under my hands. He took me ashore in a boat, which let the water in. He sat in a puddle as he rowed, and when I laughed at him, he leapt up like a baboon and stopped my mouth with his kisses. I think I grazed an elbow, shouting, "Slower, slower." And as he came, bang! The thunder came too. Godlight arched across the bay. The cliffs shook. The clouds split open. They pelted arrows of water onto our delighted bodies. Paris twisted round, shaking his fist, then he dived over the side. Then he came bobbing to the surface a moment later, grinning with shells between his teeth. We passed 3 days and nights on the island of Cranae, sleeping and making love, eating cheese and black bread, drinking only goat's milk and rough local wine. As the bird flies home to its nest, as the soul returns at last to God, so the spirit in love finds and receives the beloved.
is your hour, Hector. Today, you are top of the world. But be sure of this. Tomorrow, you die.
Everywhere I go, men turn their eyes from me. They try to hide their tears, but I can see that they are weeping. What news do you bring? Menelaus?
Patroclus has fallen. He is dead. Hector cut him down in the fighting by the ships. Patroclus came out, immaculate in your armor. He fought courageously, but Hector was not fooled. He knew Patroclus by his voice. He killed him with a single spear thrust. He has stripped the armor from the body, taking as trophies the helmet and the shield which you gave him. By the time we reached him, Patroclus was already dead. I closed his eyes and wrapped his body in my cloak.
I thank you. What you have done, I shall never forget. I told him, do not fight with Hector, protect the ships, fight a defensive action, but he ignored me. I am to blame. Patroclus died because he loved me and would not see my reputation suffer. I sat alone, intractable in my anger, a dead weight on the earth. He needed me, but I would not stir to help him.
Agamemnon insulted you. Your honor was at stake.
No, it was my fault.
It is war, and the chance of war, Achilles. If heaven and the gods loved us and were just, there would be no war. We would live out our lives in gentleness and peace. But we are men. We are upon the earth. And on the earth we live between the hammer and the anvil. Therefore we must be strong. If we're not strong, then we earn no respect, and foreign nations will trample upon us and destroy us. If we're not strong, everything we have, everything we love can be taken from us. I hate what war does. The misery it brings to families, the deaths of those who hoped only to fill up their days with quietness. But war is a justice of a kind. How else can we try our strength against each other, as we must, as we are compelled to do? I know what it is to grieve. I have loved, as you have loved. There was a time when all I lived for was to lie beside my wife and rest my head in her lap. But what we love, others envy, and will take from us if we let them. Now, you know what is spoken in every village. A man must be able to defend himself, or he is not a man. To fight well, to cause others to fear us, is not ignoble or cruel or unjust. It is the only safety we know in this world. You are Achilles, and by your great strength many are protected, and you are accounted a god among the living. It is right you should mourn Patroclus, whom you loved. But remember, when you mourn, be stronger for what has happened. Master your grief. Make it into a weapon.
You are right. The blame is mine, but Hector will pay for what he has done.
Good.
I will have the body washed and brought to your tent.
Oh, Patroclus, some habit of my senses tells me I will see you again, but my heart knows it is not true. I cannot believe I let you die. You paid for my disastrous petulance with your dear life.
Oh, my son, my miraculous boy, lovelier to me than the evening star, rouse yourself, do not weep. I am ageless, immortal, and I know that grief, like beauty, does not last. Remember that in sleep and in your dreams, the sorrow which you fear on earth does not abide. What hurts you now is only the pain of being human. Oh, my son, have you forgotten the mania which gripped you only a short time ago? The fury you felt at Agamemnon's insolence, the anger inside you detonating like the sun. Your prowess makes his expedition glorious, yet he treats you like some vexatious boy. For this you hated him so much, you cried out in your rage to Zeus, the father of all things. You spoke, and the gods themselves heard your voice and heeded it. Now see, your prayer has been answered. The Greek army is defeated. Agamemnon himself utterly humiliated. Why do you complain?
Patroclus is dead. Oh, mother, I am weak, weak as a mouse now that he is gone. I fear that my mind is no longer whole. It is true, the Zeus and the gods gave me what I wanted, but, oh, mother, the price of it has been terrible. Above me, the sky turns its familiar, exhausting circles. Day sky, night sky, moon, stars. Higher, there is only silence. Silence and an immense darkness. For me, there is nothing left under heaven except length and shadows. I am like a tree splintered by the axe.
Oh, child, remember the songs I sang to you when you were a boy? I taught you often how Heracles, the greatest of mortal men, pushed back the sea, raised upon his shoulders the infinite sky, and made the winds and waters answerable to his voice. Although his life was harsh and seemed to him composed of suffering, he suffered it alone, sparing others the extremes of pain. His strength was absolute, his heart like leather. So must you be now.
You speak the truth. Heracles blazed like a comet. He might have lived another way, but who then would know his name? The scream of pain when he died will be heard 1,000 years.
Take up your sword. Arm yourself for the battle as I shall instruct you. I did not rear you to see you sit tonight squandering your strength and weeping like a girl. You were not born to hug happiness like a pillow and hoard the drawn-out years until old age. Take Hector limb from limb. Cause fear to spread in front of you like fire. Let your pain speak one last time.
I agree. You are right. Tonight my enemies sit in Troy rejoicing of what they have done to me. Hope rises from them like smoke from flame. I shall not sleep till Hector's face is crimson pulp, until his flesh is jackal food. But, mother, let me never hear your voice again.
Do you remember, Hector, how late we slept the morning after we were married? It was midday before we woke. I remember how the sun stood vertical in the air above us. How light fell into the room like bars of gold. Under the sheet my skin was red where you had gripped me. It was so strange, so new for me to sleep beside a man, his body naked like my own. The warmth, the smell of you was overpowering. Do you remember?
I remember. For the first time in memory, there were no servants to disturb me. The day was mine to command. Look. Orion has said the stars are fading. Time lies heavy upon me.
What will I do when you are dead?
Oh, Andromache. Why must you talk of death?
Because I've seen so much of it. I'm tired of bathing your wounds, of washing blood from your clothes, of seeing new marks imprinted upon your body. I live in dread of death, but it seems you and Achilles are infatuated with it. Pity me. Pity the child. Who else defends us if you are killed? Can a dead man come up out of his grave, his sword in hand, to protect the family he has left bereaved?
Some say honour is best. Some say wealth. Some say most enviable of all is to die bravely for home, gods, country. I say it is best to be alive, to sleep without the fear of danger, to wake to sunlight, food, liberty. Even a slave knows that to feel sense and motion in a living body, to taste the air, to observe the bustling world, is to be like a god beside the eternal dead, who feel nothing and have no knowledge of any condition except silence and darkness. Think how much more I know it, Andromache. Am I not young and in good health? Have the gods not blessed me with the love of a loving, beautiful wife, and a baby boy who is as pretty as a star? But what kind of man would Hector be? If Hector said, I am afraid, death is terrible, I dare not go out today.
You have always been too noble, too honourable. You cared too little for things which are real and tangible. For my touch, for your son's embrace. Will you fight and die for the destiny of Troy? Oh, fool! Troy has no destiny if you are killed.
10 years I fought and led the fighting under our walls. In all that time I never lost a battle. Woman, where is your faith? You are mistress of my household. Do the work of a woman. Talk no more of warfare and death.
How then shall I remember you?
Remember me as I stand here now, armed, in good health, prepared, sober, of good cheer. Master your fear, Andromache. Master it.
I think of you, and all you are to me, and weep. I imagine you dead. I remember how you slept warm beside me in the bed. Death is not like a lover's warmth in sleep. Death is not warm, but hard, and cold and deep. I think of you, and all you were to me, and weep.
Son, listen to an old man who has seen much. Choose your ground. Yes, you must face him someday, but why today, my son? Why, when the mad blood drives him on? You did not make this war, I did. Go out another day. Choose your ground. Be prudent. Delay.
No, father. For 10 years we have delayed. Let us end it now.
We've slept too long, have endured too much at their hands. I am your son. Where the king leads in peace or war, the nation must follow. You are old now. Your bodily strength is almost gone. Yet 20 years ago, you would have done what I must do today.
The god of war is here. I see his sword bleeding in the sunlight. On his helmet are blooded feathers. His shield is a curtain of blood. His face is tinder and ash.
I see you, Hector. I see you clear as the owl in the dark spies the mouse, shrinks the field to heat, softness, blood.
Use words to frighten children, not me, Achilles. You spit out hatred like a girl. You weep for the life you have wasted here on our shores, squatting with your back to the sea. The gods are harsh. They do not pity you. For 10 winters and 10 summers they have kept you out of Troy.
10 long years. I felt no anger for you or your father, but I am angry now. Everything in my life which was beautiful and good you destroyed. I know you, Hector. I have seen you close. You have not the mettle to withstand my rage. As for your body, when the life is gone, I will give it to the carrion birds.
Let us exchange blows, not words, Achilles. I've fallen. I'm bleeding. Why do I feel nothing? O heaven, O Lord of light, receive me into your kingdom. I love the old rough gods of fields and wells and glades and streams. You can see the divinity in such things. When I was a child, I worshipped the light and hated to be kept away from it. I thought that the gods were harsh and bright and remote, that they looked down but took very little notice of us. And when our time is over, I thought we will go back to them. Why is everything happening so slowly? Why is there no pain? When we are dead, we will run in the rivers and glide in the sunlight and move with the wind over the various surfaces of the earth. We will be part of everything about us in resin and oil and wood smoke and charcoal, in everything we taste and smell, in the dust and the noise and the heat and the rain. Movement will no longer be constricted. Thought will be wordless and free. People are picking me up. I have no feeling of it. Why can I see nothing above me except shadows and light? If there is no divinity in the world, then everything we have found here has been wasted. I'm covered in blood. And yet I feel nothing. The sky is all there is. What's happening to me? It's cold. There's distance and distance and distance. There's no heat from the sun. My eyes are closed and I can still see. I'm full of light and noise. I want to scream. Oh, my child! Oh, my son! Oh, Andromache! My wife!
Achilles then put aside his helmet, and calling upon those who were of his party, he took the body of Hector, which, being now bankrupt of life, he cut it with his sword at the heel, and putting through the flesh a thong of leather in this wise, he stitched the carcass to a rope, and bore it thus behind his chariot.
which all the long afternoon he drove it about the field, not stinting at all his labour or fury. And as he went continually by, boasting of the high deeds he'd done that day, the dust from the ground rose about him in the form of a cloud, so that the sun itself seemed to suffer an eclipse, for the light of it burned indistinctly, like a furnace through the fog and filth. And in this fashion, day passed into night.
Yesterday, you wore an old linen tunic under your armour. Last night, when you came to bed, you threw it in a basket, ready to be washed. It was stained with your sweat, warm with the smell of you. Today, when I knew you were dead, I went to the basket. I took all the clothes which you had discarded. I buried my face in them. They will never be washed. I will keep them forever. Warm with the smell of you. Oh, Helen. If I ruled in Troy, I would cast you out to beg your way home to Sparta. Every man who falls in this war dies on your behalf, but no woman would die for you. We see you for what you are. The killer of our children. The murderer of our husbands.
If you'd made me pregnant, I would have wanted so much to be pregnant again and again. And then you would have hated it. And then I would have lost you.
Why would you have lost me?
So often it ends with children. When you die, when you are killed, I shall be taken to see your body. And it will lie there, in front of me, completely still, naked, as you lie in front of me now.
We will all die, Helen. Yet to me, death is inconceivable. The thrush in the thicket does not sing forever, but meadow and woodland pour forth the same songs until the end of time. The stag in the forest is killed by the huntsman's arrow, yet its kind does not perish. And the lark, which dies this winter, flies as it has flown for 1,000 centuries. I am the heir my father longed for. If I had been born his eldest son, I would have kept Troy and held it. I would have reared its young men to be violent, domineering and cruel. Now it is too late. If I die, if I am killed soon, as you fear, I pray that the gods will change your shape. I pray they will transform you.
Into what?
She is dead. She died many years ago.
Tell me who she was.
Her name was Inoni. She loved me without selfishness. She wanted nothing for herself, only her lover's happiness and peace of mind.
You know I have always loved you. Why are you trying to hurt me? You know, it is said of you that your love for me is like the love of a vain young nobleman for a prized thoroughbred horse.
Is that what you think?
It's not what I think. It is what others have said.
If it is not what you think, why do you repeat it to me?
I know you. You will never let me believe I am completely secure. You hold me to you by allowing me to fear that one day you will discard me.
My brother is dead. Let us talk about things which matter.
We began it. We are to blame.
No. Life is possession. It belongs to the strongest. Hector is dead because he fought for glory or honor, but not to win. Agamemnon's men are not stronger than we are, but they are winning because they have more to lose. I was born to rule in Troy. But how could I rule? How could I honor Hera, the goddess of power, unless I killed my own brother and took his place? I left Oenone to follow Hera, and Oenone died for my sake. I chose to seek safety in the arms of Aphrodite. You became my throne, my empire, my fulfillment. And I loved you. But now, I shall be Priam's son. Father, try to sleep.
I cannot. Sleep has deserted me. Sit with me, my son.
It is not over. When you are gone, I will be king.
No. When I am gone, only the carrion birds will live in this place. You will never be king. I know how you have longed for it. Beware. It will destroy you.
I will be king.
Not while I live.
You are too old to fight.
I'm twice the man you are.
I will destroy them.
How? You cannot fight as he fought.
Yeah. Now he is dead, he is a god.
He was your brother. Do you feel nothing?
Hector was your firstborn son, yet, even after 40 years, he cringed under your rebuke, and you spoke almost to strangers. I would not have allowed you to treat me like that, even though you are my father. I would have demanded your respect, but he was honorable. And now you turn on me. What did you want from us? What did you expect us to be? You were hard and destructive, always, for all your fine words.
How dare you criticize me?
When we made war upon the Greek Confederation, we understood that they were strong, resolute, bold. What was our intention, if not to destroy them? I have said often in your hearing that, by the way we managed this war, we have made it plain that we do not deserve to survive. For 2 years or longer, when they first came, we received their ambassadors and gave safe conduct to their heralds. When pestilence swept their army, we granted them a truce to cremate their dead. It is not their strength, but our weakness which holds them here and keeps us under siege. They know better than we seem to do that the history of a people begins with war. Oh, Father, every man and woman who lives in Troy is what you made them. You took a village people out of their huts and gave them ships, temples, markets, gardens and granaries. You did not do this because you loved them, but because it was in your ambition to do it. They followed you because you drove them hard. We must be now what you were in the old days, harsh, pitiless, brutal, unrelenting.
You talk of the old days, my son, but you were not there. I did what it was possible to do, no more.
I know what is said by everyone except you, that I am shiftless and effeminate, that my life has been lived in lethargy, hating the pursuits of manhood, thinking only of pleasure or women. It is said that because I was raised in poverty, I have been corrupted by luxury and ease. The truth is, I envied Hector. In my heart, I never thought him fit to be your heir. I wanted the crown which I knew you would one day pass to him. I am the son you have always wanted. I understand what my brother never did. What kingship is. And how the hearts of men are won by images. How they love magnificence in power. The gift of effortless preeminence. I have always known I will be king.
Oh, you gods. Whatever Whatever we make, whatever we are ambitious for, you destroy. You teach us only that cruelty is rewarded, that justice does not exist, that in this life the evil man need not fear retribution. He may do everything his strength and power permits.
No, Priam, you are wrong.
Who are you?
On the day your wife Hekabe died, I came before you in your palace. You were a king among kings. Every room, every corridor was laden with riches and wealth. You sat upon a throne, carved in marble, inlaid with amethyst, desolate and alone. You had power beyond price, but could not save your wife.
I remember. Tell me why you have come.
To speak the words of the gods.
What do I care for the gods, or their words? Did not my son Hector all his life show honor to the gods? Did he not make sacrifices to them, and keep their feast days as they required of him? If you speak the words of the gods, say this to them, that they do not keep faith with those who love them. They show no loyalty to those who worship them. They are fickle and false.
Do you think you were the first to lose a child in war? Do you think you were the first to see the things which you were proud to build destroyed and thrown down? Only children believe that life is fair. Only a child thinks it can be made right by prayer. Are you saying that because your son is dead and suffering exists, there are no gods? You do not believe in the gods or respect them if you think that they exist to give you what you want, to defend you against your enemies, to make your life happy and invulnerable.
I do not know why the gods exist. All I know is that I suffer. And in my life it often seems to me I have known nothing except suffering upon suffering.
If you are a god, if you speak their words, tell me now, how much more must I endure before my heart breaks and death sets me free?
How much more? Grief has made you foolish, Priam. I cannot say. The truly good endure without a reason and without complaint. They know a man is not the master of his fate. Life is changeable and shifting. All is variance. Alone, the philosophic mind accepts this and learns that all which comes to pass is God-given and must be borne with patience. In your hour of desolation, I cannot comfort you. You are alone. You must find within yourself the strength to bear what mortal life must bear. Hector died as he had lived, bravely in war, according to the commandments of manhood and duty. All men are free to take their own way. Hector was killed because he killed Patroclus, whom Achilles loved. Do you think that heaven would protect him against the anger of Achilles? His death does not mean the gods have no love for him. What is death to the gods? Go to the tent of Achilles. You will find him asleep. Draw your sword and kill him, because he killed the son you loved. Or else show him what suffering has taught you.
Who are you?
I am Hector's father. I am Priam.
Why are you here? Who brought you past the gods?
The gods guided my steps.
You put yourself in extreme danger.
Yes, and you know why. Hector, my son, was a prince among men. I would have him buried as befits his rank.
He killed my best-loved friend.
Men must learn to endure.
I loved him.
When he was in danger, you would not help him.
How dare you say that?
You are young, Achilles. You grieve as men do before they have known many griefs. But your father, Peleus, is an old man. You are the hope of his old age. Consider, Achilles, how Peleus, your father, will weep if you are returned to him as Hector must now be returned to me. He will wring his hands and say, "For this I waited, arms open, house prepared. For this I wore 10 winters out with worry and care. You were my only son. Each spring I thought to see you returning at last to sit at my side. But the gods have had no pity for an old man's dream."
Be silent, Priam. I have grief enough of my own. You were an old man. Old men are sentimental. They weep whenever they remember the past. They say the sun shone brighter in the old days. 10 years ago, when Helen was stolen from her lawful husband by your treacherous, dishonored son, you made the choice between living in peace or waging war against those whom you had provoked. Do not blame me for the consequences of your own folly. I am here because an oath binds me in honor under Agamemnon's leadership. Yet consider, I have earned nothing from my long service. I have wasted my youth, strength, and hope.
Do not lie to yourself, Achilles. You came for gold and for the spoils of war. You thought it would be a short time before Troy fell, but you were overconfident. Go home. You are still a young man.
If I go home, it will mean that Troy has fallen. Better for you if I were killed.
When I came to your tent, Achilles, I made no noise. You lay asleep upon your couch and did not stir. Your bodyguards did not wake to protect or defend you. I might have taken my revenge. A voice inside me cried out, "Kill him, Priam. Kill the man who slaughtered your son." But I could not kill you. I have a code of my own which I will not violate, whatever the provocation. Is this weakness in me? Do you despise me for it? Or would you have done as I have done? I despise you for what you did. But you are better than that.
I cannot give you what you want.
I was once a hard man, Achilles, a stubborn man. Yet I kiss these hands of yours, even though they killed the son I loved.
Rise, Priam.
I will not rise. I am an old man. There is little I have not seen in a long life. I know that nations which are great, as Troy has been great, are not destroyed by those who are better than they are. It is because we are higher than you, truer and more generous, that you desire to tear down our walls and plunder and burn our city. Then you will absorb into your own barbarian culture the best of what we taught the world. You will raise yourselves up upon our foundations. In time, some other nation, crueler, harder, more acquisitive than your own, will do to you what you did to us. But these things lie in the future. We live in the present. You, Achilles, once sat as a guest at my table. You came to my city to learn what I could teach. I see now that I taught you nothing. You have murdered my son, who rode beside you like a brother. Hatred should end with death, but you have no honor. When you expend your anger and bitterness upon his lifeless corpse, you punish only the living, his family, his wife, his father who loved him. The war is not about Helen. The war is about corn and trade. It is waged by a barbarian tribe out of envy and greed.
The gods sent this war out of heaven as a curse. It must be endured. Take Hector's body. Take it, and give him burial. The law must be obeyed. You must have what you ask. I acted without honor or pity or common decency. Soon I will be dead. Better for me had I never come as a soldier to these shores. Better not to have been born. War should make us better than we are, not worse. You must be tired, Priam. I would be honored if you would sit at my table and eat and drink with me. Wine and food bring their own relief.
No, Achilles. I can eat nothing until I see his body.
It is here.
Hector. This it is to father children. To love them without reservation. To keep them at the center of every thought. Every dream. Then to see them lying in the earth before their time. Does anything survive? At this moment, I do not believe so.
Oh, that we could foretell the end of these events, and in apprehension of what must befall us learn to bear it better. That we might see before beginning the ruination of our hope and youth and promise. That all our miseries might be revealed to us in the cradle, so we could grow familiar with them and learn to call them by common names. Yet who, knowing this, would go a step further? Who, if he had a feeling of his own bereavement and death, would venture forth in this life at all? Who, knowing the distracted faculties of love, would hazard his sanity in its pursuit? We are wretched creatures, ignorant, selfish and cruel. My life has gone by, and the time has been wretchedly used. I have been ungentle and unloving, and serving myself above all others. I have wasted my best days. In wine there is some oblivion, yet it does not last. In sleep there is some rest, yet it is not perfect. In memory there is some peace, yet it is fleeting. In love there is some ecstasy, yet it is changeable and shifting. Forgetfulness is ever denied us, for the imagination does not forget, except briefly, but possesses its own iniquities to the end of consciousness, which, if the gods are kind, is death, as sleep secure and senseless, inanimate as the earth.
Why do you weep, Achilles? Did you think it fit in the darkness to hide your tears of grief? For this at least I owe you thanks, that you gave back to my father the body of my brother, who was a better man than any in your army. I have no chivalry, Achilles. I obey no custom of war. If you had perished in your infancy, hundreds, thousands would live today to see the son who you have sent prematurely into darkness. I show you no respect. Because you deserve none!
Come closer, Paris. I see that you still fear me. You carry sword, shield, bow, but I could take you with my bare hands. Look! For all your swiftness and agility, I can outrun you as the stag outruns the hounds.
That you can outrun me and outfight me, Achilles, I do not doubt it. But you cannot outrun the arrow which I have marked for you!
Helen? What is it? What has happened?
Have courage. Paris is dying, Helen.
Heaven, oh gods.
He has been wounded in the hand by an arrow soaked in venom. His blood is poisoned. Nothing can help him, nothing in the world. He had gone out in search of Achilles. It seems that he knew or guessed where Achilles would be. He caught him alone shortly after dawn and killed him with an arrow which he had coated in snake venom. Paris had resolved, once Achilles was dead, to sever the head and carry it in front of him into Troy. But as he knelt to do it, it seems that he cut his own hand upon one of the arrows. He did not think even then that he was in danger, but his skin began to change colour, his breathing became short and fast.
I must help him. I must be there to help him and comfort him. Take me to him. I must be with him when he dies.
You will come too late. He will not recognise you. He does not remember you or his father or Troy itself. He is shouting for some girl. Some girl that he once knew, whom he betrayed and deserted. Was there such a girl? I never heard him talk of this before.
Her name was Imone.
When he is dead, they will bring you his body, and then you will be able to dress him for the funeral. You will tear your white robe, cut off your long hair, cover your face with ash, and we will all weep with you for him.
Leave me. Leave me!
I have lived like hot summer air. I have loved like the weather. My thoughts were as irresponsible as clouds. My affections as fierce as the wind. Now, in my grief, I have fallen like an apple on autumn leaves. A single night has bound my heart in ice. This is midwinter. I long to be clean and hard, bright and free, released from climate, season, and mortality.
If we cannot do it by force, brother, then let us do it by cunning. Since the Trojans desire to think that we're defeated, let us feed upon their hopes. Let us confirm the contemptuous opinion which they hold of us. And now that Achilles, the greatest and most prodigious of our fighting men, lies dead, let us appear weak and demoralized and superstitious. Let us depart under cover of night, leaving behind us on their beaches only a single votive image to placate the angry gods, whom by our lawlessness and strife we have affronted. Thus Troy will be taken not by an engine of war, but by an image of peace. the emblem of Poseidon, the sea god, a horse made of poplar wood, 10 or 15 feet in height, and inside as hollow as a laundry basket. Within it we will conceal 2 or more of our soldiers. The Trojans, out of their piety, will transport the horse within the walls of their city, and once they're asleep or drunk, our men will emerge. One will light a beacon, signalling our fleet to return, and the other will open the heavy gates of Troy to admit our invading army.
So shall be taken the holy city of Priam. He made it to stand forever, firm against the ages. Yet in a single night, every part of it will burn.
I have often imagined how Troy will fall. And in my grief, I've often prayed for death, desired it, amorously, to be a second husband to me. And I have longed to be set free in sleep. Last night, in a dream, I walked beside a river where the scent of flowers fell heavy on the air. And in that silent place, Hector walked beside me. The shock of death had not yet left his face. "Hear me," he said. "My time is short, Andromache. Take the boy and hide him in another country. Troy will soon fall, and they will leave no part of it large enough to hide a child. But I cannot take my son out of the city his father loved. His death will be the end of me. But he is Hector's child. And dreams are not real. They are only dreams. And I must endure what the wife of Hector must endure. There are no choices left for me. Yet I shall beg them to spare his life. Agamemnon will answer me. Andromache, do not be a fool. The day will soon come when this boy will be a man, and then, as a good son should, he'll seek revenge. Blood will have blood. When a man dies bravely in battle for his gods and country, he is loved, even in his death, and all men weep for him. But for the widow he leaves defenceless, the child orphaned, there is no chivalry. Truly it is said that the family of a brave man weeps often. But for me, death will be like the moment when at last the storm blows itself out and the sky clears and the light is clean.
But they leave behind them a horse constructed from poplar wood, in height as tall as 3 men, 4 paces in breadth. A votive offering to Poseidon, the sea god. No nation being more superstitious than the Greeks.
They're gone, Priam. Why are you sad, Priam? Why do you not rejoice to see the beaches cleared at last of soldiers? To hear from your people only the sounds of laughter and joy? Is it because so many have died? Is it because the two sons you loved and honoured are both dead? I love them too, Priam. I will not sing or drink wine tonight. I cannot rejoice.
No, Helen, that is not the reason. I feel no joy because in my heart I know that their fleet will be back once the winter storms are over. I know that Agamemnon has the means to refit his ships, to take in provisions, to make himself richer and stronger.
Everyone in this city blames me for what Troy has been compelled to endure at Agamemnon's hands. Either behind my back or now openly they speak against me. Everyone, except you, Priam. You never blamed me. You have always been kind and gentle towards me. It is said, everyone says it, that you knew Troy would be destroyed if Paris lived. Were you not afraid when he returned from Sparta, bringing me to Troy as his lover?
I was afraid, but not for his sake and not for yours. I should have made war on Agamemnon before he had had time to launch his fleet. I should have demanded obedience from the Greek states, and when they refused it, I should have accused them of spurning my friendship and then attacked them. I think now that the years when Troy was at peace weakened my resolve. When I was a young man, I did not hesitate to take whatever measures were necessary to restore order. The times were harsh. I taught my enemies it was not wise to fight with Priam. But I lived to be old, and as old men do, I began to think too much. I saw that no life is lived which does not end in failure. Accordingly, I failed to punish, with appropriate severity, those who threatened my interests. I was strong, but not strong enough. They will win for this reason, Helen. They hit harder than we do. They bear pain better.
No, Priam. I think you have defeated them. I think they know that they have failed.
Do not abjure your love songs, nor forget to make of life one everlasting day. Believe the world was made for humankind, and that in your own image it was framed, and that to fit your loveliest desires it has no other purpose, no, nor truth. Worship the rose, and never fear to love the perfect beauty of an imperfect girl. We come from nothing, and are gone like smoke. We cannot answer questions, never know why we are born to die, or why we live in this and not some other space of time. This spark which kindles us will soon be out, and out we never light its flame again.
And the next night after, at about the 3rd hour of the morning, the army of the Greeks took Troy as they had purposed and intended for so long. The Trojans, for their part, kept no watch, nor did they think any man would have come in and assaulted them, since, as they thought, the Greek ships were gone, and their whole army departed. The Greek soldiers, entering into the city of Troy, despoiled both houses and temples, slew the inhabitants without mercy on young or old alike, but killed all they could light on, even the laboring cattle. Priam, offering no resistance to the soldiers, died upon the steps of his own palace. Astyanax, the child of Hector, was not suffered to live, being thrown alive from the tower above the chief gate. When day came, soldiers laid the body of the dead, one across another, in carts, and carried them outside the city to be burned. And of their wives and womenfolk, as many as were taken alive, they made bond slaves of them.
In Troy by Andrew Rissick, Achilles was played by Toby Stevens, Aegisthus by James Hayes, Agamemnon by Oliver Cotton, and Anacreon by Ian Hogg. Andromache was Emma Fielding, Electra, Cassandra Sperry, Hekabe, Deborah Findlay, Hector, Michael Maloney, Helen, Geraldine Somerville, and Hermes, Paul Schofield. Klytemnestra was Lindsay Duncan, Menelaos, James Lawrenson, Nicanor, Geoffrey Whitehead, Oenone, Abigail Doherty, Orestes, Jean-Marc Perret, and Paris, Michael Sheen. Saeed Jaffrey played Parmenion, David Harewood, Patroclus, Julian Glover, Priam, and Eleanor Braun, Thetis. The singer was Mio Soterio, and the producer was Jeremy Mortimer.
Now that the war is over, finally, and the men come home again, will their customary violence be forgotten? Or will it spread like a stain? The war is over. Troy lies shattered in the sun. Agamemnon and Menelaos have done at last what they swore 10 long years ago to do. Earth and blood are all that remain of Priam's imperishable dream. Let those who think they have nothing to learn from the past consider Troy, and remember that this is what always happens. Men who love to build, to order, to create, also love to fight, to match strain against strain, stress against stress, to let the hungering for blood fill up their soul's emptiness.
You are pale, Orestes, and have been weeping. Why? Today should be a day of rejoicing for you and for your mother Klytemnestra and for the citizens of Argos. Troy has finally fallen. Your royal father, Agamemnon, comes home at last. 10 years of hardship, 10 years of fear are at an end.
You mistake me, Aegisthus. I rejoice that my father comes home, but I weep because my mother forbids me to be at his side when he enters the holy citadel of Argos.
Do not doubt your mother, Orestes. For everything she does, she has a reason.
Since Agamemnon left her side and went to Troy, your mother has suffered in ways a boy of your age cannot understand. I am your mother's steward, her closest advisor. I see the anguish, the weariness, the persistent labour of her mind, which she keeps hidden from you and from your sister Electra. Remember, too, that in her heart she still grieves for her daughter, your firstborn sister Iphigenia, whose life Agamemnon was obliged to offer as a sacrifice to the gods. Now, perhaps today, at last, she wishes to make her peace with your worthy and illustrious father.
Do not use smooth words to me, Aegisthus. You are my mother's lover, although you try to deny it. Why do you betray my father with his wife? Why do you pretend to be my counsellor and friend? You have no friendship and no love for me.
I have always loved you, Orestes. I am sorry that you find it necessary to question in me motives which I protest are open, affectionate, and honest. Argos is your home. You do yourself wrong to fill it up with imaginary enemies. Do you suppose that all men, other than your royal father, are deceitful and self-interested? Do you think that your mother plots against you too? Are these truly your thoughts, Orestes?
A man should take his thoughts private to the grave, Aegisthus. He is what he does, and only that.
Well, you are too young, Orestes, to know what a man is or does. Honor your father. Be glad that he has come home. But obey your mother, who has always loved you.
Electra.
Yes, Mother.
Approach me, child. Today at noon, your royal father returns from Troy. But I am sending you and your brother away. Servants will conduct you to the kingdom of Phocis, where you will reside as guests of the king until it pleases me to summon you home.
Mother, my brother and I are Agamemnon's flesh. To be banished from his sight on this day of all days is to be starved of the light of the life-giving sun, denied the right to breathe the eternal air.
Do not criticize me, Electra, until you have heard my reasons. Long ago, before your father was vouchsafed his triumph in this war, he did to me and all our house a great and grievous wrong. Until we two are reconciled and have spoken together mutual words of forgiveness and trust, these celebrations must sound a hollow note.
Mother, I know well enough that my father did wrong to spill his daughter's blood. Yet I make bold to say that he did it because the gods granted him no choice. And in the thing he did it for, they have rewarded him with success almost beyond hope.
You never knew your father. It is only his name which infatuates you. At Troy, below the walls, no human being moved except at Agamemnon's word. Power such as this is to be feared more than loved. I place your brother Orestes in your care. Be mother to him as well as sister. In time, you will come to see why I dispose these matters as I do. Now, obey me, child, and go.
Mother, my duty to you as a daughter compels my obedience, but I am like my father. I say without fear what has to be said.
The king's ship has docked, Klytemnestra. Agamemnon has already disembarked. He is waiting for the elders of the city of Argos to receive him.
Have you spoken to the king or seen him yet?
I have not seen him, but I have heard that the crossing from Troy was a rough one. Storms caught the fleet within a day and a night of their departure. The king's flagship has lost a mast and several of its crew, but the king himself is safe and well.
Is everything prepared?
Everything is ready.
I long to strike the blow, and yet I fear to do it.
Love, do not be afraid.
He is my husband. He is the father of my children.
If you had been mine, Klytemnestra, do you think I would have left your side to go to Troy? Do you think I would have shed the blood of the children we made together? Nature is merciless. Against this unreason, the gods have set only a small measure of personal affection, the ties of blood and family which they mean us to honor, not to destroy. But your husband, Agamemnon, desired from life more than wealth, more than the scope of a monarchy could give. He strove to rule as a god upon the earth, and in the fulfillment of his will no scruple has dismayed him, and no moral law prevented him. His father Atreus was the same. My family remembers Argos before Atreus took it for his own. We are the old true stock, older and truer than the king's line. Yet Atreus imprisoned and executed my father for crimes it was later proved that he did not commit. Oh, Klytemnestra, justice will never exist on earth if we do not dare to take into our own hands the powers of life and death and use them boldly, as the immortal gods are said to do.
Take word to my husband the king that Klytemnestra his wife makes ready the house for her lord's return. Say that she awaits his coming with a heart brimful of expectation and longing.
I know you have sworn to receive him alone and strike the blow alone. But when he enters this room, I will be within hearing.
Power, or the lack of power. There is nothing else. In the city of Argos, it is said of me that my body is female, but my mind masculine, hard as a pebble, sharp as a kitchen knife. We knew a month ago that Agamemnon was coming home. A shrill old man, his face dark as a berry, burst into the hall where we were eating. "Oh, mistress, Troy has fallen. I've sighted fire in the sky." The news he brought was true. It came on wings of flame, leaping like a voice, first from the victory beacon they kindled on the wooded slopes of Ida overlooking Troy, then on to Lemnos, then to Tenedos, then across the astonished world to Argos. I have not forgotten how Agamemnon was 10 long years ago when his ship set sail, how the prospect of glory gnawed at his entrails like a fever. He swore to batter the gates of Troy like a metal glove hammered out of solid gold over a fist carved in granite. And, as if intoxicated by the scent of blood, the island tribes flowed after him, avid with longing for what he promised them: treasure, empire, and women. At Aulis the gods checked him. The wind would not blow. The fleet lay month upon month at anchor, dangerously becalmed. There, as every passing day brought rumour of mutiny to his tent, anxiety clawed at his faith. He summoned the priests, ordered the sacrifices taken, demanding to know why the gods had stymied his ambition. "Why will you not give me a fair wind to Troy?" he cried. The gods, laughing at his pride, took counsel of themselves, saying to each other, "Now let us discover how much he wants it." Out of heaven, Hermes, the wayfarer, spirit of mischief, appeared in a dream to Calchas, the high priest. Interpreted, the dream spoke, as superstition does, in images of cold horror, asking of Agamemnon what he dreaded most to give, the life of his own firstborn daughter. When he heard it, he wept in secret, but in public put on a grave and stoical face. Let Agamemnon give up what he loves best for the sake of his country and his gods, he declared, for no one shall say that I am an impious man. And no one did. And so his order was obeyed. I brought Iphigenia to Aulis, unaware of what was intended. When Agamemnon, his stomach fluttering with fear, told me that the gods required her blood, I lay down and howled. But the girl, informed that her death was heaven's will, proclaimed it glorious to die in a noble cause. Life to her, at 13 years of age, was sunlit, vivid, simple. To be born Princess of Argos, she cried, her voice ringing like gold on marble, is to be daughter to a nation. One life must not hinder this great enterprise which the Greek Confederation undertakes. Often in war the youngest and the best are called to suffer first. Accordingly, she uttered no word of protest as the priests in their sacerdotal robes bound her and carried her, horizontal as a carpet, to the altar. The silence and the slowness of it seemed obscene as she was stripped for ritual death. Her eyes were huge with courage, but her breasts, bared to meet the knife, were small, with blue-white veins. I wept. The end came in an instant. The priest's arm arced downward. The blade flashed in the light. I made no sound nor cry, but looked into my husband's eyes and thought, you too will be naked when you die. I have tried to be happy, tried to find contentment raising my children, loving them and caring for them. I made the best, as a woman must, of what was imposed upon me by the contract of marriage. What was he? Nothing. A hollow drum of a man. The son of a father noted only for his obdurate aggression. What he craved in me was the nobility I was born to. He knew that what others said of him was true, that my ancestors ruled as kings and queens in Sparta when his lived in caves. I brought into his palace a gentleness, a loveliness it had never known before. I furnished it with the laughter of children, with dancing and with minstrelsy. Yet how did he reward me? He murdered the child of my body. He polluted my life with cruelty and blood. When you live beside a brutal man, you are frightened all the time. The fear never leaves you completely, even when you know that you are in favour. Even when you feel yourself to be loved, you cannot forget how, in a moment, his mood can alter, how he can decide suddenly, without reason or motive, that someone must die, someone must be killed. To frighten the strong, to put fear into the hearts of those who have power, it is necessary to shed their blood. Killing is the only end which the strong truly fear. In a world where the powerful kill with impunity, where killing is the currency of power, you must do as they do, or suffer in silence. I want Agamemnon to know at the moment when his own life is taken from him by force that I too have the strength to strike, that the power he thought was his is also mine. Look, he is coming. In 10 years he has changed little. See how he bows his head to the gods, how he puts off his sandals. But there is no drop of piety anywhere in him. He returns, giddy with triumph, stinking of blood, planning to lord it in Argos until the end of his days. Oh, you gods, revenge means that the weak, the innocent, do not suffer for nothing. The wheel goes on turning. pay for them at the end, however powerful they think they are.
I kneel first and kiss the blessed earth which gave me life.
I am preeminent Agamemnon, undefeated lord of battles, master over Troy, a king among kings. Yet what I speak today is only gratitude and humility that I return alive and in health, successful. This is a time for celebration, but let us remember in our rejoicing that luck does not hold forever. Only the man who dies securely in his bed at the end of his natural span can be said to be fortunate. For the rest, life is nothing more than vain hope.
Welcome, Agamemnon. Welcome home to Argos. For 10 long years I have lacked your authority and strength.
Wait. Why do you mock me, Klytemnestra? I see no table prepared for me. No guests assembled to sit beside me. Where is my son, Orestes? Where is my daughter, Electra? Why are they not here as they should be to break bread with their father in honor of his homecoming?
Is it not fitting, Agamemnon, for a woman to desire seclusion alone with her husband on the evening he returns from the war? We have not spoken together. There has been no intimacy between us for 10 long years. You cannot imagine how slowly the drawn-out days have passed since you set sail for Troy. How wretched and how lifeless they have been to me, praying only for your safe return. For 10 years, I have been subject to every breeze which blew, every rumour of success or failure. Yet now, you come home to me like spring after winter's long hunger, or like the reviving sun to the barren ground.
Klytemnestra, I thank you for your gentleness and courtesy, as well as for the faith that you have always shown in me. It is fit and right at a time such as this for husband and wife to be alone together.
Let the doors be closed behind us.
Tonight, I shall be to you not a general or a king, but a husband and a man.
Come, Agamemnon, put off these warlike clothes. You have no need of armour or weapons here. In Argos there is nothing but admiration for you and what you accomplished. You took into your hands the great two-headed axe of justice and cut down Troy with it. Cut her down as if she were no more than a rotten tree.
Oh, I could tell you a tale of how it was for us. The misery, the heartache, the privations we endured under the shadow of their walls, lying comfortless on the unyielding ground, always short of sleep, always hungry, and how from Troy's flat, unharvested fields the sky sucked up its persistent drizzle, its sodden dew, its vegetative damp, so that lice lived in our hair. Our clothes crawled with vermin, and there were months on end when we were never dry. In the winter, let me tell you, the cold was so intense that the seabirds froze in the hollow air. And in the dry midsummer's heat, even the ocean did not move. There was no wind. Nothing grew, except, or so it seemed to us, the distance between ourselves and our deliverance, hearth and home, which grew daily like a lengthening shadow. These hard conditions and the sullen climate put many of us into strange diseases. Pestilence and fever took the strong, while the weak died of hunger or their own fear. In reward for our perseverance and struggle, we asked only a calm sea, a tranquil voyage to accompany the lag end of our labours. But it was not to be. Some chaos, or some violence deep-rooted in the order of things, rose up from the sea to meet us. We were 3 days out by sail from the island of Tenedos. The weather upon our departure had seemed to promise fair. The sea was calm, and below the prow as we sailed were dolphins in the water, wet-backed, glistening as they reared above the surface. Then, towards the evening, a fresh wind got up suddenly out of the east. The movement of the air over the decks became charged with violence. As we worked to lower the sails, the ropes burned our hands, moaning with a sound like the howling of dogs. Next, without warning, the wind swung hard to the north, while the sea roared its anger at us out of the darkness, faster than we could prepare to meet it. 2 men were swept off the hatches and lost as the storm cast its main force against us. For an hour or more we struggled to hold our course. Then, striking our remaining canvas, we thought it best to let the helm go and to allow the ship to drive with the tide wherever it would please the highest gods to direct it. For a day and a night, we lived each moment in expectation of immediate death. Yet by our bowing to the storm's ferocity, we ensured, it seems, our own survival. Of the fleet which set sail from Troy, all the ships, except ours, have been scattered or wrecked. My brother Menelaos, on whose behalf I made these wars, is dead. So too is Helen, the wife he loved, but could not keep. I weep when I think how many thousands have suffered, how much they have endured, and how grievously because of that woman's worthless beauty.
Do not blame Helen. She did no murder when Troy was taken. Do you feel no disgust, Agamemnon, at your share of what has been done? Helen, if she is dead, was my beloved sister. I knew her better than any man can ever know a woman. She was none of the things you say. Her free nature bridled at the tyranny of the house of Atreus. She fled to Troy, finding there an emancipation which your blood-stained family could not offer. Troy, until you destroyed it, was a city unawed by ancient gods, unfettered by tribal ritual. Helen soared above you like an eagle. You have brought her down as the huntsman does, by cunning and by violence, making her name the word of war for the quarrel you sought with one another.
I know that yours is a proud race, proud of bearing a long memory. But we will discuss these affairs no further, Klytemnestra. Every man and woman who lives has some cause or other for self-reproach. I am a king. My life and private feelings I surrendered when I accepted the crown. I was required to show my strength. Since the past cannot be changed, let it be forgotten and forgiven.
Sometimes I think it is better not to forgive. I think it is a fault in us that we forgive ourselves so easily and so often. Thus we break faith with the dead, forgetting the agony by which they died. You call yourself a strong man, but a strong man, Agamemnon, does not live as you have lived. It is easy to shed blood, to be mastered by rage or lust, to hate without restraint. It is the strong man, Agamemnon, who refrains from killing. The strong man who refuses to perform the ancient ceremonies of blood which you say that the gods decree, but which we who live upon the earth devise for ourselves out of our own blood lust and superstition. Every good thing I ever felt you have corrupted and turned to hate. Better that I and my sister had never set eyes on you or your brother. You have destroyed both of us. Worse, Agamemnon, you have made me as you are. Evil.
Woman! What are you doing? Help me! Somebody! Help me!
The only help we grant you, Agamemnon, is a quick death, a clean death.
Be a man, Agamemnon. Die like a man.
Wake, sir. You have been asleep a long time. You must eat, sir.
Who are you?
Sir, I am the king's physician.
What's your name?
Sir, my name is Nicanor. Sir, you must drink.
What city or what country is this?
Sir, this is Sparta. This is your own country.
If this is Sparta, as you say it is, as it seems to be, why have I no memory of how I came to be here?
For 9 days, you have been lying in a state of stupor, possessing neither appetite nor thirst, nor the power to speak, while the extremities of your body remained as cold to the touch as the sea we plucked you from. As we watched over you, observing the passage of your illness, it appeared often that you despaired of yourself. But, sir, your constitution is strong. Your will to live, it seems, as tight as a clenched fist.
Where's my wife? She sailed with me aboard the ship which was wrecked. No, I beg you to tell me what's become of her.
Sir, other than yourself, it appears there are no survivals.
None?
None, sir.
Are you saying that I'm the only one who came out of the sea alive?
Sir, it has been 10 days since the vessel went down. If any others had survived, by now we would have found them. I was still a young man when the fleet set sail for Troy. But my father told me the story of how your wife was stolen from you by a foreign power And how, to recover her, you and your brother Agamemnon made war upon Priam.
Helen, whom you say was stolen, went away of her own free will. My wife. I barely knew her. On the night we took the city, one of my men caught her by the hair as she ran from him among the ruins. I knew what was in his mind. I broke his skull with my fist, as I promised to do to any man who laid violent hands upon her. Helen stared at me, thinking, I suppose, that I was going to kill her. I said to her then, "Do not be frightened of me. What you did, or what you may have done, does not concern me. You are a woman, and women are weak. I am your husband. I have come to take you home." At this she screamed and tried to push me away. I threw her over my shoulder and carried her like luggage to the ship. And now, it seems, she is dead. A gannet or an oyster catcher might find her, but I, Menelaus, her husband, who loved her, can never hope to see her again. Every day of my life I have made sacrifices to propitiate the gods, but they have given me nothing.
Sir, there is more news. It grieves me to report it, but you are the king, and it should not be kept from you.
Say plainly what you have to say.
Agamemnon, your brother, is dead. His life was not lost at sea in the storm. His ship reached Argos in safety, but within an hour of his return he was murdered in his own bed by Klytemnestra, his wife, who cut open his skull with a sacrificial axe.
Why? My brother raised her up and honored her. What reason did she have for killing him?
Sir, she has made her reasons for it well known, declaring that when he put to death at Aulis his firstborn daughter, Agamemnon committed a crime against nature and the gods.
What are these gods? Those who see them use them for their own ends. The gods tell them what they want to hear or what they dread. Now, my brother was a harsh man, but the times required a nature stern and unyielding. What of Klytemnestra? Do her own people not condemn her for what she's done?
What her people say of her in private or what they think, I do not know. But for 10 years she has been custodian of the state in Argos, and she has exercised her own authority as ruthlessly as any man. Orestes and Electra, her children, she has banished from Argos. They have been sentenced to wander the earth as outlaws during their mother's lifetime, or to be killed if they attempt to return. But it is rumoured that Orestes has already taken the customary oath of revenge.
Where is he now?
In hiding with his sister.
Where?
Sir, no one knows.
Order will be restored. Klytemnestra and any accomplices she may have had must be arrested and brought to trial. If Orestes or his sister Electra are allowed to take revenge upon their mother for their father's assassination, Agamemnon's legacy to Argos and these islands collapses into anarchy. I shall be brutal in punishing malefactors. The law is not respected or obeyed, except through fear. As for me, Nicanor, I am no more now than a dead man.
No. You have life and breath. And while life and breath remain, sir, there is always hope.
Be silent. Have you lost a wife? Or known a brother destroyed? It maddens me to hear you speak these banal words of comfort. If you have not suffered, Nicanor, I have the power to make you suffer. Then you will understand that the life you cherish is violent and capricious.
Do to me, sir, whatever may please you. You are my king. My life and liberty are at your disposal. Yet still I make bold to say that the gods have preserved you, and in doing so they have shown that they love you.
Helen being dead, the gods are no more to me than a figure of speech.
Here, put on this robe. It is humiliating for a woman of your age and condition to stand in the slave market at Ephesus covered only in the garment of poverty which the state provides.
I thank you.
What is your name?
My name is Helen.
Do you understand that from this moment on, according to the laws and statutes of the city of Ephesus, I am absolute master of you, and have the right either to take your life or to set you free.
Kill me if it is your wish. I would prefer to be dead. Although in this city I am of no account, a bondwoman to be bought and sold as it pleases you or others, yet in my own country I was born the daughter of a king. Now, because you find me friendless and destitute, lacking wealth or strength, you put me to work as a slave, to scrub your floors or draw your water, or else to lie in your bed as your concubine. Only under these savage conditions will the laws of the city of Ephesus permit me to live.
We know, because we see everywhere the evidence of it, that in this life the innocent suffer for no reason. They are destroyed randomly, without cause or purpose. Yet when we ourselves are afflicted with pain, we howl our outrage to heaven and the gods.
I was taken out of the sea by pirates. At first, I was not harmed. Later, I was violated repeatedly. When I tried to resist, believing wrongly that I could shame my assailant by what I said to him, he took a knife and cut 3 trenches in my face. Then rubbed sand into the wounds so that they would not heal cleanly. He did this, he said, to be sure that no other man would desire me, as he had desired me.
It is hard for you, I know. But had you been old or ugly, these men would not in the first place have spared your life. I am a weaver. My name is Parmenion. You will help me prepare the cloth. There is plenty to do. I shall stand at the loom. But you are not used to standing. Sit, therefore, if you wish to sit.
I am a slave. I may not sit unless my master sits.
Do then as you think best. If, as you say, you are a king's daughter, then even as a child you will have had slaves to command. Did you weep then for their misery, as you weep now for your own?
Why must I work at your loom?
You will be happier if you work.
How if I am not?
Then say that you do it to repay me for the food and shelter which I provide.
I do not ask you to provide it.
No, nor did you ask to be born. God has chosen to bring you here. It is God who puts you to work.
I was wrecked in a storm. God did not make the storm.
You are wrong. God has made everything. If I had not done what I have done, who else would have protected you? You become my property, yet I ask nothing from you, except the labor of your hands at my loom. In return, I give you shelter and nourishment. If, finding my company intolerable, you should seek to leave my house, be assured that I will not lock my doors against your escape, nor come searching to find you. I will ask no restitution of you or of the law, and however you treat me, I shall exact no penalty. I am not without wisdom, and know that one human creature cannot be master over the soul and body of another. except in law. Above all, be certain of this, that I have no design or dream of violating your body.
I cannot do this.
You can do it. See? You have a pair of eyes and a pair of hands. Therefore, you can do it.
I cannot.
Here. Persevere.
Why? I am tired. I am near the end of my strength.
You shout at me because you are spoiled and angry. Be angry with God. He created you. He has walked at your side all your life. But of course, you have always ignored him.
You are wrong. God does not walk at my side because God does not exist.
You are ungracious and obstinate.
I have made you angry.
My anger comes from God, not you.
I shouted at you.
Yes, you have no manners.
I was wrong to shout.
Is that so?
Forgive me?
It is of no importance.
It is important to me.
Very well.
You are an educated man. How have you come to be living as a maker of cloth?
A long time ago, I was a teacher. I was praised for the purity of my life, the agility of my intellect, and the depth of my perception. This pleased me very much, because I was a young man, not yet 20 years of age. Then one of my pupils, a pretty girl who came from a good family, was discovered to be with child. Her parents, as is common in such circumstances, were filled with rage and demanded to be told the name of the man who had corrupted their daughter. At length, after much argument, the girl swore upon her honor that I was the father. At once I was turned out of my school. My former pupils condemned me, and my former neighbors refused to let me live among them. So I went into the desert, and I made a home there. When the child was born, it was given to me as a punishment to raise and rear as best I could. I found it no punishment, and grew to love the child. Finally, troubled in spirit and burdened by guilt, the girl confessed. The true father of her child was a handsome young man from a nearby village. At once the parents sought me out. They begged my forgiveness, which I gave willingly. They also required me to return the child. I did this too.
You gave back the child?
It was not mine to keep.
But you made no complaint?
None.
For 3 years they had forced you to live as an outcast.
The mother was frightened.
Well, she only had herself to blame.
That is true. But there was no other way in which I could be of service to her. I was a clever young man, but I had nothing to teach. I was no use to her, except as the father of her child.
Did you feel no anger at what she had compelled you to suffer?
What I felt. And what I did. I taught. but I had not lived. Now I have lived, and I have no desire to teach.
I betrayed my husband. The fault was not in him, the fault was in me. I chose to go with my lover to the city of Troy. Troy was a great city, greatest on earth, strong, far-sighted, wise. But Troy has been destroyed. On the night that the city fell, I saw my husband kill with his own bare hands any man who insulted me or struck me. I knew that my husband loved me. Yet the more he desired me, the colder I became. Something in us, to which you give the name God, strives to ruin us. It is like a demon, and seems often to possess a force stronger than our own strength. It haunts us with dreams beyond our scope to fulfill them, and engenders in us lusts and longings which, if we enact them, turn our spirits to vain or evil ends. We call this unquietness of soul by many names, saying, in our delusion, that a God is walking beside us, as if we are governed in our designs by the tyranny of heaven as the tide is by the sway of the moon. I say that what divides us against ourselves, what speaks to us in our visions and dreams, is only our own mortal nature. We are alone upon the earth, and for everything that we do, we bear the responsibility alone.
You were pulled from the sea, but your husband is dead?
Yes. Drowned. What can I do?
Do for a time whatever work you are given to do. Rejoice and give thanks that you are alive.
I cannot.
The cruelest lesson that life has to teach us is this: everything which is given may be taken away. Your home, your livelihood, your loved ones, your health, your sight, your competence to perform basic bodily functions. But one thing you may preserve: your peace of mind. It cannot be destroyed, except from within.
It can. The world can destroy it.
No. Heaven and hell are within your own mind.
Orestes and Electra, you are Klytemnestra's natural children, the children of her body, yet you took your mother's life with impunity. stabbing her to death in her own home and at her own hearth. For this you have been tried and condemned by the elders and the people of Argos and brought here to me in Sparta for my judgment. You are both notorious criminals and have deserved the sentence which the court has rightly passed upon you, namely to be put to death by public stoning. If you have anything to say in your own defense, you may speak it now.
I, Orestes of Argos, make no complaint. I did the thing for which I am condemned. I'm heir to the throne of Argos, yet at my father's death I was banished from sight, denied my birthright and my inheritance, and denounced without truth as illegitimate. My mother had killed my father's bondwomen and put her own favourites into their places. She sat upon the throne of Argos, laughing at our misfortunes. It fell to me to reclaim what was legally my own and to avenge the murder of the father I honoured and loved.
Were there not laws in Argos which might have restored you to your rank and position and condemned your mother for the crimes she had committed?
The laws of Argos were no match for my mother's strength and cunning. Well, that is why Electra and I returned in secret, disguising ourselves as travellers from the city of Phocis. And we had prepared well for what we had to do, putting it abroad that we had both died violently in exile.
Agamemnon was your brother, Menelaus. You have the power by blood either to commute the sentence or dissolve it. Why will you not do it? Orestes avenged your own flesh. Has he not suffered enough? Have you no feeling for him and no pity?
Electra, you misunderstand me. I do not hate you or your brother. You killed to avenge the father you loved. But I cannot and I will not change the law. Hatred is stronger than love, stronger than hope. Therefore, the law must be stronger than either. But if your brother has anything to say which will do him good, then let him say it for himself.
No one knew us. We passed unrecognized through the gatehouse. We were taken into the kitchen for food. The servants there did not recognize me, but the dogs did. Well, they knew me at once, licking my hands and face. My mother came in complaining about the noise. She looked as if she'd been asleep, dozing before dinner. At first, she did not recognize me. Then, in her eyes, I could see that she knew me. At once, the colour drained from her cheeks. She understood that for all her power, she was no more than a moment away from violent death. I remember I struck only a single blow, but it severed her throat. The wound bled as if she had 100 years of life still inside her. I had not imagined that she would be so strong, that she would struggle, with such ferocity. Well, see. Here she bit my hand where it held the knife. I have the imprint still of her teeth upon my palm. I am glad that I have it. It is a mark I shall never lose, like the mark upon my mind. I know that I must suffer until my life is over. The past is fixed. I cannot change it. The gods live forever, but even they cannot recover the time or the moment. When it was finished, I went out into the sunlight to look for water. I wanted to scour every trace of the blood from off my skin. I saw that in the garden, which she had loved and planted with her own hands, the flowers still bloomed, the herbs grew neatly in rows. I could smell in the air the smell of herbs and of the earth. I remembered things which I had long forgotten, things in her which had compelled my soul to love and honour her when I was a boy.
Let me bathe your head. Then I shall sing to you, then you will sleep. For a short time my song will bring peace to your mind.
No, Electra. The body can be healed, but once the mind's balance is gone, it is gone irrecoverably. Alone. On the road, something visible, but not real, dogs my footsteps, stopping when I stop, resting when I rest. I would have my mind as empty as a broken jug, but still the thoughts come. The skin on the innermost parts of my body is corrupted with sores. When I undress, my limbs are covered with a rash as dark as dried blood. I have tried to be strong, but am not strong enough.
You were strong enough, Orestes, to lay violent hands upon your own mother. Do not tell me now that you're weak. Do not plead to me that you suffer. Pray for death, when your sufferings will end.
You did not condemn Helen, your wife, when the gods delivered her into your hands at Troy. You let her go free, but the gods have destroyed her. You are the same stock as my father, but how different in the mind you bear. I am a woman afflicted by my sex with physical weakness, yet when my mother struck down my father for nothing more than her own gain, I helped my brother to destroy her. When he hesitated to do what was required, I urged him on and would not permit him to rest until my mother's crimes were punished. Understand that I acted as I did because I heard inside my head the voice of God. It is not vicious to hate evil and injustice, and it is not virtuous to show mercy to the evildoer. What we did had to be done. We made ourselves unclean by murder to cleanse the nation we love. We are the nation. Our right comes linearly. You cannot throw it down. We are above the laws of men, but under divine law. You are a king. If you do not uphold justice, who else will do it?
More words from you, Electra. You talk of justice, but justice is an abstraction. Justice does not exist because the gods do not judge us. On earth, we judge ourselves. Your certainty tells me only this, that no man has ever touched you. If you had spent your days as I have spent mine, then you would know what courage is, what hardship means. As for feeling, and as for pity, I have none, and I ask for none. For 2 interminable years I have lived my life desiring only that it should end. I eat and drink no more than is needful for me to sustain nature. A jug of water and a loaf of black bread, which my servant Nicanor brings to me each evening an hour after sundown. I have tried to starve the sorrow out of myself. But this perplexity endures. I suffer. So must you. You killed. Therefore, you must die. Nicanor, take these prisoners away. It is the order of this court that the sentence of death be carried out before sunset tomorrow. In the meantime, as is customary for capital offenders, let them be chained to the wall at the palace gate, where by day or night they may suffer the disapprobation of those who pass by.
Across the years, a breeze as light as dandelion seeds brings the smell of pines and cedars to my homesick senses. I remember winter, with its black frost, its deep, impassable snows, and the infinite blazing skies of the summer's drought. I remember, until I weep, the sun, high at midday, hammering down upon the dry riverbed until the stones crack. The cicada, hidden in rough yellow grass, almost silent, In the blue distance, as insubstantial as smoke, a herd of goats seen dimly, the colour of rust, flowing over the hillside as the goat herd calls to them. Then out of shimmering sky, heavy rain washes the air clean as darkness falls. These memories I shall carry always in my heart. Of Sparta, where I was born, and where for 2 years I have longed and prayed to return.
Stranger, spare us water. The sun is rising and we are tired and thirsty.
Who has confined you here? In chains like animals under the open sky.
The ruler of this place who has condemned us to death.
You are little more than children. How have you deserved to die?
We murdered our own mother.
Then you have broken primal law.
Yes, but she sinned first in murdering our father.
What was your mother's name?
Klytemnestra of Argos.
I know the story. Who does not? Your sister's name was Iphigenia. You are Electra. This man who lies at your feet is your brother, Orestes.
Orestes is mad. His wits are gone. Death will be a blessed release for him.
And for you, Electra?
I am not afraid.
Do you want to die?
The world is ugly and cruel. We think that in it we are free to make choices of our own, but those choices are made for us by what our parents did, the evil they inflicted upon one another, the good they could not bring themselves to do.
I think you would prefer to live.
I am young. I have known nothing. I swore that I would not let a man touch my body until my mother lay dead and my brother was crowned king. I hoped then that Argos might be again as it once was. Before the war, before the slaughter, before our sister died at Aulis, before our mother polluted her bridal bed with our father's blood. But now, these things I hoped and prayed for can never be fulfilled. Today at sunset we must both die.
Immortal sister, and it is needful for us to die. Death is the sky above us, the earth below our feet.
Is this Orestes, Agamemnon's son?
Yes. For the space of one more day's daylight.
If you were made free now, Electra, how would you use your freedom?
I would punish my enemies and destroy all those who assisted my mother.
You are full of hatred, Electra.
You are right. I am full of hatred, but my mother put it there. She and her sister Helen, in whom it began.
Who are you? Why do you converse with these prisoners?
They asked me for water, so I gave them water.
You should not have done.
I have done no harm.
Stand aside.
I am not your subject.
Why do you wear a veil?
I serve the god.
What is your name?
I have no name. I have come out of charity from my master, Parmenion, of Ephesus. The affliction of your master the king was known to Parmenion. I am here to help him and to bring him, if I can, out of darkness into light.
Why does Parmenion of Ephesus not come himself to help the king of Sparta?
Parmenion is dead. I have come in his place.
Parmenion of Ephesus led an austere and holy life, for which the gods loved him and blessed him with their gifts of healing. You are not, and could not be as he was.
In myself I am nothing. But when Parmenion lay dying, he charged me then to remain in his place, and to do the work which the gods brought. 2 years ago, I was a refugee from a foreign war, friendless and destitute, in a country I did not know. Parmenion bought me for 30 talents in the slave market at Ephesus. In this way he protected me from those who would certainly have broken both my spirit and body. Later I learned that what he did for me, he had done out of his charity for many others. He earned a frugal living as a maker of cloth, yet he had besides some power or skill beyond what can be studied or acquired. Yet he did it not for his own satisfaction, but because he believed, I think, that the gods demanded it of him. He was, for all his kindness, severe in his speech and strict in his instruction. In my former life I had lived as many do, in comfort and ease, but in his house I was permitted no luxury or indulgence. I slept as he did on a goatskin mat and ate only once a day. I often felt, but did not say, that only a man deficient in some warmth or quickness of feeling could do as much good as Parmenion did. Yet although I feared the temper of his mind, I grew to respect him and to love him.
Madam, you shame me. Stay and do for us whatever lies in your power. Each day at sunrise and sunset the king goes up to the temple on the hill to pray for his dead wife. Walk with me now, and you will observe him.
Between stone and sky, between heaven and the eye, the sublunary world. But grief within the skull more real than my weariness. I am the hearth when the fire is out. I am the stream run dry in the long summer drought. I fear the perturbation within my own soul. Once you leant upon my cheek and hung about my neck. The gods have no power to make me whole. When all about me spoke bitterly of you and made in my sullen hearing a litany of your misdeeds, I, whom you wronged, never spoke a word against you. No man is lucky in everything. At dusk, I turn my eye heavenward. As the moon rises, I see the owl fall on the mouse. Mastery is all. Better to be down where the mole digs than to seek contentment in this alien landscape. Did you ever take thought of the maiming you gave me by living and dying a stranger to me? I wait for a sign which is beyond your giving. The dead do not come back to life. The time is irrecoverable. Death has no fault or flaw. Death keeps its color pure. Death is a stone with a shiny surface, hard and heavy and chaste. I long for the song bringing Jack to Jill. I am a broken child upon a broken hill. I wake in the night, but there is no one there. What infection breeds near my heart? What demons compel me out of sleep and into memory? What name, or tell me, should I give to this knowledge of loss?
For more than 2 years he has lived in this condition. His sight is poor, his hearing hard, and his body weakened by continual austerity. Yet no one doubts he is the king.
Who's there?
One who wishes you long life.
I curse you for saying so.
Sir, I beg mercy for the 2 condemned prisoners who are to be put to death.
They are condemned by law.
You have the power to omit the penalty.
I will not do so. Let them find their acquittal together in the earth, where there can be no weariness, no joy, no pain, only senselessness.
Why do you speak so harshly?
Why? My back aches. I can't piss without it hurting. I'm maddened by the flies and the heat. Yet for 20 years I dreamt of returning. I dreamt of looking up into the hills each morning and thinking, I have come home at last. I shall never leave except as a corpse. Here, once, I made plans for my life. You know what I wanted? Sparta at peace, her borders secure, trade routes open. I was going to have a son who'd rule in my place when I was gone. Now my life is almost over, so I do what any man must do until the breath leaves his body. I work. I give justice impartially.
I do not talk of justice. I say only this, that there has been blood enough to fill an ocean.
Who are you to censure me?
Like you, I was at Troy, and remember well the night that the city fell to Agamemnon's army. It was cool and bright with a full moon. There had been hour on hour of eating and drinking. Suddenly, our frivolity was broken by the clamour of voices raised in fear, the noise of weapons clattering on stone. Someone cried out, "Fire! Fire! We're under attack!" I remember how in terror at hearing the general alarm I fled from my bed. I had nothing to put on except a thin white robe and a veil to cover my face. For several hard-fought hours the streets and the public places ran black with blood. Then, at dawn, once the survivors had been rounded up, Agamemnon himself arrived to speak to them. He was heavily guarded and stood on the ruins of a wall near the temple of Athene. He shouted, "Oh, you weep now, people of Troy. You cry to heaven, saying that justice and the gods do not exist. The opposite is true. That is why I am not minded to show mercy to any of you. I note you made no complaint against fortune or fate when Troy was rich and strong. You ate, drank, and made love with impunity, while we died daily of hunger or our wounds. For 10 years you laughed at our pain. As you die, let those memories sustain you." Then the slaughter began. Have you ever heard the sound which the ewe makes in the sheepfold when she is separated from her lambs?
I remember. It's hard for me to think what I did then. Agamemnon, my brother, has paid with his life for that night's work. Hey, you say you were there. Tell me who you are.
Look at me. Do you still not know who I am? Do you still not know me? You loved me and were once my lord.
Why do you call me Lord?
Because it is my right by worldly law and by the laws of heaven to do it.
I don't understand.
As you lost your wife, so I lost my husband.
Who are you?
When the city had been destroyed, I was granted this remission, to go freely as I had once come. A great storm rose up against me, and in it, a second life, a second husband were lost to me in a single night.
Take off your veil. Let me see your face.
My lord, my name is Helen.
the one half of my life, do not doubt me. I am your wife, and my name is Helen, and you are the shipwrecked man who for so long I have mourned in my heart, and who I see now is not dead but alive.
Oh, you gods. Oh, you just and merciful gods. I never thought to hear your voice again, or hold you in my arms.
I am like Hesperos, the star of the evening, who brings home at nightfall the lamb to the ewe, the child to the mother, the wanton to her lover's bed.
You, Helen, let all the rest be forgotten.
My beauty has been an affliction to me. My own nature, which took delight in physical love, was also like an illness or a corruption of the blood. If I had not broken my vow of marriage, Iphigenia would not have died at Aulis. My sister would not have hated your brother for killing her. When a woman hates a man, their children are cursed. Their lives unfold crookedly. The spirit of their parents' deep-rooted antipathy runs in the blood beyond cause or sense. Release them, Menelaus. Restore Orestes to the throne of Argos. Let all our sorrows end here.
I will gladly do as you desire me. Yet I think that the boy Orestes is not fit to rule.
He will recover.
That is not possible.
Three months after Parmenion, my master, died, a boy, no more than 5 years old, was brought to me for help. The child had succumbed to a fever common in the summer. Although I protested that I had not Parmenion's power nor any skill of my own to assist them, his parents would not be refused. I sat all night long at the child's side, praying that his sickness would leave him. I used the words which Parmenion had taught me. When morning came, the boy's fever had gone. If you ask me why the god chooses to work through me or within me, I do not know the answer. I only know that it pleases the god to do these things. Acknowledge him, Menelaus. He is a great god.
By what name shall I know him?
My name is Hermes. I speak the words of the gods, and have walked at your side a long time.
Tell me who or what you are.
Zeus was my father. My mother was a goddess. Her name was Maia. I was born in fire. If you could see me as I truly am, the sight would burn your eyes. Accordingly, I walk disguised among the haunts of men. Often in the summer's barren heat, I have assumed the lineaments of age, and walked bareheaded in the noonday glare, desiring water in the August drought, seeking contentment under the elder tree, eking out the bald year with the dry bread crust. At night I bathe my eyes. I wash away the dust and debris of this death-bound world. At dawn I watch the fading constellations. I am a pilgrim. I shall always strive to know the best and worst of mortal natures. I live among you, though you do not know me. I am your shadow. You may partly glimpse me beyond the span of eyesight in the dusk, or in the violence of a winter storm, confront my face and comprehend my nature. My voice is heard where water bursts from rock in mountain cataracts. I am found wherever fire burns, wherever love makes its unreasoning compact, wherever dreams release the weaved-up sorrows of the soul. These are my mysteries. They will always be far from the reach of human understanding. Acknowledge them for what they are. Acknowledge me.
You have given me much, and I am grateful for it. I never thought to end my days with my wife at my side, in Sparta, where my heart has always been. But I'm an old man now. My body is losing its strength. I tire easily. My sight is no longer clear. And soon, whatever remains of me will go forever into an eternal silence. An eternal darkness. Let us not pretend that we live more than once, or are young and strong for more than a short time.
You speak only according to what you know or have taught yourself to believe. I come to show that sometimes the gods give back what is taken. Sometimes they bless as well as punish. Sometimes the miraculous happens and the probable does not. Accept what comes to pass. Believe. Have faith.
Come to me and set me free from sour-hearted melancholy. What my soul desires to be, O Zeus, immortal, make of me.
Helen lived many more years, dying in old age of sound mind, at peace. Orestes ruled in his father's place in Argos, sensibly and well, but the age of glory was over for Agamemnon's race. Agamemnon had sold everything to finance his war with Troy, and when Klytemnestra murdered him, it was soon discovered that there was nothing in Argos left to sell. Within 100 years, the cities had declined to villages, and the islands were ripe for another invasion from the north. The legend of the old world was over. History had begun. But since people do not change, what they do also remains the same. The blood, the hatred, the quarreling, the ambition, and the pursuit of war. If you ask me why we tell these tales of long ago, I answer that legends are like dreams. They tell us what we need to know.
In the final part of Troy by Andrew Risick, Achilles was played by Toby Stephens, Aegisthus by James Hayes, Agamemnon by Oliver Cotton, and Anacreon by Ian Hogg. Emma Fielding was Andromache, Cassandra Sperry, Electra, Deborah Findlay, Hekabe, Michael Maloney, Hector, Geraldine Somerville, Helen, and Paul Schofield, Hermes, with Lindsay Duncan as Clytemnestra, James Lawrenson as Menelaus, Geoffrey Whitehead as Nicanor, Abigail Doherty as Oenone, Jean-Marc Perret as Orestes, and Michael Sheen as Paris. Saeed Jaffrey played Parmenion, David Harewood Patroclus, Julian Glover Priam, and Eleanor Bron Thetis. The singer was Mia Soteriou, and the producer was Jeremy Mortimer.